Hi friends, good evening, and this is your host Ankit Khanelwal joining from Delhi, India, and we have Kimberly Calhoun joining us from Raleigh, North Carolina, and welcome to IBM TV Podcasters Thursday, and we are hoping to have all our guests lined up from Nigeria and from UK and from India and Africa and all other places because podcasters are worldwide, and that is what they podcasting their life stories around the world. And we have a platform on IBM TV where we share podcasts as a good platform so that they can broadcast to the world, which we call it worldwide television and also known as Pod TV. So, welcome to the show, Kim. And how are things in US?
Oh, hi, Ankit. Yeah, www.worldwidetv. There you go. I'm doing great. We're having a good time here in North Carolina. I guess because I've started exercising again. I got my energy level back up, fatigue kind of lowered, and things are looking better my way. But as far as infected and COVID and all that stuff, that's not good. We've seen a complete extreme rise. I've been listening to a couple of doctors in the area, in this area, and they're not going to have enough beds here real soon in the hospital. Although I've spoke with people who spoke with people supposedly in another area, and they're like, "Oh, we're fine." So I'm not quite sure what's causing the spikes in some areas and not others, but um, we got to just realize that they are predicting about 70% of the people in the world are going to become infected by the end of the year. That's their prediction.
We have a special guest from Nigeria, and he's stuck at Ivory Coast right now.
Oh dear.
Oh yes,
sorry.
I do. Yes, just
Is it good morning or good evening?
I don't know, but
I think it's good evening in Ivory Coast.
yes. Tell us who you are, where you're from, what do you do, and what your situation is. You've got a lot of interesting stuff going on.
Yeah, my name is Oladapo Adu, and excuse me, I'm Nigerian, but I'm presently stuck in Ivory Coast. I actually found my way here due to the border closure due to the COVID-19. I was in Freetown, Sierra Leone, for a chess tournament on the March 13th. It was supposed to be from March 14th to the 20th of March, but due to the COVID-19 thing, everything has to go shut down real quickly. So unfortunately for me, my flight was canceled on the 20th of March. So on the 21st, I had to get on the road from Freetown heading towards Nigeria, which was like almost about 3 days trip basically. So I got on the road with two other friends, one from Cote d'Ivoire, one from Ghana, and we were able to get as far as Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana border when we're sent back to Abidjan.
Wow.
Yeah.
So where are you at right now?
Right now I'm in Cocody, Ibadan, which is in Abidjan. I'm in Abidjan right now.
Abidjan? Okay.
Yeah, Cote d'Ivoire.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, yes, and with us today on the IBM TV, we have Ankit from New Delhi, Kim from Raleigh, Alexander Starr, who actually runs Chess Stars. He's in Toronto, Canada, and he used to live in Russia. Jim Eade, who's a FIDE master, who lives in the Socialist Republic of Silicon Valley, and yours truly, who's a chess master, three-time Florida State champion. But I was reading up about Odu, your abilities in chess, international master and former Nigerian country champion at chess. So you must be one heck of a player, and you're stuck because you were playing in a chess tournament. I can appreciate that.
Absolutely.
And COVID-19. We're working on getting on Dapo, who's our Nigerian attorney, to see if there's a way we can get you, funneled back into Nigeria. I assume you want to go to Nigeria, correct? Is that the bottom line?
That's correct.
And you said that's a couple of days trip?
Yeah, I think it's
okay.
Are the borders closed? Do you have to cross other borders to get there? I have to go look at the map and see in order to get to Nigeria.
That's what I'm trying to do now.
How many countries do you have to go through to get there?
You have to go through Ghana. You have to go through Togo. You have to go through Cotonou. You have about 3-4 borders to cross into Nigeria.
Wow.
Okay, see, that's a problem because you got multiple borders to go through, and that means multiple countries, multiple
Right.
laws. And what about flying from where you're at to Laos?
Nigeria.
Like
Yeah.
Nigeria, is that possible?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. As of today, somebody has actually gone to check what the travel schedule is because I think their flights are resuming. So I want to know exactly when the international flights are going to resume, and then when the first couple of flights are going to be going from Abidjan to Lagos. So at the end of today, I should be able to know exactly, have an idea of when that's going to happen.
Okay, all right, yeah, because that might be a simpler solution because
Oh,
the
yeah.
real problem if you got to go through these borders and they all have countries have different laws. You know, I would have to get attorneys from every country to escort you through each country to get you there.
Yeah, well, that would be quite a trip. But my and not as bad a situation as you, but my son, same situation, got stuck in New York during the shutdown, and had no vehicle or anything. All of that was still here, and he thought, oh, it's just going to be a couple weeks. I'll be home, but he had nothing, no cloak, maybe kind of like you, enough provisions for a long weekend or a week, and so we had to ship him things. But he could not get home because they weren't renting cars, they weren't allowing flights, and it would have been too dangerous. So it was 4 months. About 4 months later, we were able to rent a car, like right when they decided to start lifting. But now they've shut everything down again. But they started lifting, and that during that curtain, we brought him. He rented a car and came home. So we'll reach out to people and help you. Do you have family back home?
Yeah, definitely. I have my folks back home, my brother, my sisters, and yeah, I mean, I got family back home. So,
Okay, so they're waiting for you, right? They're
I
just,
mean, yeah, I mean, I don't think I've ever spent 3 months outside home for like reasons that are really beyond my control. I mean, it's not. It can be very emotionally draining sometimes because
I am so
you,
sorry.
you try not to think too much because you could easily lose your mind. I mean, you're in a country where you don't speak their language, and I mean, there is just absolutely no one. So, I mean, I'm living in I mean, although they're friends now, but when I first got here, they're like strangers, like total strangers. I mean, I never knew them from nowhere. And I mean, I really thank God for the opportunity to have been able to stay here. I mean, this long. And, at some point, it's going to become a burden for them because they never planned me being here. So, I've had to really try hard to keep myself in place emotionally because I think that's the big part. That's what people don't realize. That's the biggest part of this travel.
Thank you for being so honest. That was my biggest concern for my son because he really wasn't up there with a lot of friends, and he had to move into a room somewhere just to house him of people that he didn't know really well. He knew, but not kind of like you. He was thankful he had people, but they weren't like his friends and family.
Yeah.
So thank you for sharing that because it's got to be very emotional. What are the elements that you need to get you home?
Basically, I'm sorry. Basically, funds really. I mean, that's it. And also, I got the news that the ECOWAS borders are going to be opened by the 15th of July. That's a good news. So right now, it's like I have choices. I mean, if the airlines are open up, the borders are open up, it's going to be easier for me to say, okay, you know what? Yeah, let me get on the plane and back to Nigeria. So I'm just waiting for them to make that really clear so that I mean, definitely I cannot decide to live here. But the big part is funds, really. And my friends and family have been so great in the past. I mean, they've sent money to me, have supported me here, but it's been a very long time. And, I'm just looking forward to it to be over very soon.
So, how many people do you think where you're at are in the same position as you? Have you reached out and did some research on that?
I really don't know. The only thing I knew is at the early stage of this, sometimes in April, I went to the Nigerian embassy and were told to leave names down. I think there were about 9 of those. And somehow, some of those people were able to get some kind of private jet, and they had to pay a whole lot of money to get back to Nigeria, but which I really don't have.
All
I
right.
think in Nigerian money, it's about 1 million naira. In dollars, I think almost about probably about $2,500, $300,000, which is ridiculous. I mean,
That's
I'm
true.
stuck.
Yeah.
I didn't come for a vacation, so the resources were not there for me. So there was no way I really could have done anything then.
So when you had a plane ticket to go back home, are they going to refund your plane ticket for you? You're going to be able to reuse that ticket?
Yeah, that's another issue. This is Africa. Things don't go as small as it does in the other part of the world because I really don't know yet, but I hope I can get the refunds, or probably they could just transfer it to a one-way trip back home for me. I mean, I'll really appreciate that. Like I said, things don't work so easy here. Hopefully, hopefully I don't have to get that problem. Hopefully.
Wow, what a story.
My heart goes out to you, Dap. And I'm, as an ugly American, I had to look up where you are, and
I was going to go get my globe.
It seems to me that Togo and Benin are no problem, but Ghana is a big country.
Yeah,
that's right. Yeah, that's right.
Right. So, do you think that driving is the most likely way that you're going to get back, or do you think airplane is the only way to go?
I'm actually leaving my choices open. Whichever one comes, I'm gonna grab it.
Right.
And one thing I also have to mention is on the 23rd of March, I was actually able to cross into Ghana, but I had to cross on a boat. I never had that experience, but it was not supposed to be legal, as I found out later on, because we crossed into Ghana with boats, went through the bushes. And on the other side, we got apprehended by the Ghanaian cops, and they had to send us back into Cote d'Ivoire. Along the line, my luggage got missing because I came back to Abidjan with just my backpack. My luggage, everything was missing. So if I'm going to go into Ghana right now, I want to make sure everything is legal. I don't want to have to. Right. Because it's one of the most, if not the most traumatic experience of my life. Even while in the bush, they drew their guns. The cops drew their guns on us, and I really don't blame them.
They do it all the time here, but go on.
So did you ask the government to help you in some way or the other? Nigerian government?
And I really don't want to talk much about that because it's very disappointing. I reached out to them a lot of times, and as I speak, I haven't gotten any response back. I mean, like I said, when I remember that, it just kind of swells my mood. I mean, they were giving all kind of reasons why. I'm like, it's not about me, what I did or what. The point is, get me back home. That's it. It doesn't matter what could have happened, So, but like as I speak, they haven't heard anything, and I'm not really waiting for Nigerian government. I'm just trying and make my way back to Nigeria because honestly, it's not. Like I said, I really it's not a good feeling talking about them for me because they haven't done anything, and I'm not happy about that.
And it just gets you upset. And
exactly. I mean, yeah.
And I was wondering, again, I'm ignorant, but does Nigeria have an embassy in Cote d'Ivoire?
I've been to the embassy a couple of times, about 3. They have my contact to the embassy. The last arrangement they had with the embassy was they told me some Nigerian businessmen normally fly into Cote d'Ivoire, that if any of them comes around, they're going to put me in a flight back to Nigeria with them. But still now, I haven't heard anything from them. So that's why I said, I really have to just come up with a plan myself. I really cannot wait for Nigerian government because if they're making a plan, they should let me know. If I don't know anything, then I'm assuming there are no plans. So otherwise, I'm just going to be here for too long. So I have to come up with a plan myself and get away from here as soon as possible.
Well, not unexpectedly, you're approaching it in a very logical way because if you can't rely on anybody else, you have to rely on yourself. And I'm very sorry that you're in this situation, and I wish I could make it easier for you. But just be confident in yourself. You will get there. You will get it done.
Well, let's talk about some of the things that you've been able to do while you're stuck there. Is there anything that you've been able to do? I'm sure you can't get any work. You can't work there, but Have you been
Yeah.
able to maybe start writing a book?
There's a map. That's pretty interesting. That
Yeah.
journey. So you're in Côte d'Ivoire. Is that where you're at right
Yeah,
now?
Côte d'Ivoire right now,
Côte
Abidjan,
d'Ivoire.
Côte d'Ivoire.
Côte d'Ivoire.
Yeah.
And
Abidjan, right?
yeah,
That's where you are right now.
Abidjan.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, and that's quite a trip because you got to go through 3
It's a
different
lot.
countries just
Yeah.
to get there.
Yeah.
24 hours. Is it 24-hour drive?
It actually took
11.
me 3 days to get here. 3 days.
Wow.
Really?
Wow.
Because
That's
I had to
longer than I thought.
stop.
Now, was there a chess tournament there? Is that the reason you went?
Yeah, there was a chess tournament in Freetown. That's why I went there. Yeah.
Okay. How'd you do? How'd the chess tournament go, or did it get canceled?
You got
Yeah.
canceled.
Well, I came second in the chess tournament. I came second.
Congratulations!
Wow.
Really?
Yeah.
Congratulations! Wow.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Second
So-
prize is a 3-month stay in Cote d'Ivoire.
was that your
Yeah.
prize? You get to stay at Côte d'Ivoire for several months?
So let's ask you this. What about the people who held the chess conference? Have they been able to talk to you any?
That's a good idea.
I'm going to say this again. This is Africa, right? Since I've been here, even though I've communicated with them, people, I don't know, people just go about things their own way here. I mean, like, I know they might have challenges as well, because I've actually tried to get in contact with the president of the Sierra Leone Chess Federation, but I mean, there's really not much communication. Even for you to get some communication from them, you really have to send them a couple of messages. So, a lot of situations, doesn't really just help you out. So sometimes just really prefer to just stay away and do things yourself. You asked me a question the other time, what are the things I've been able to do? I've actually started learning French, and it's coming up pretty well. And also, I think on Monday, a friend of mine actually engaged me in a summer training for chess in the New York area. So I actually teach some classes online. I just started that on Monday, so it's going to end this Friday. So I mean, that's kind of an opportunity for me to make some funds, which will be very helpful for me.
I got a question to ask you. How good are you at organizing things?
I'm not so sure. I'm not probably 60%, I would say.
So, I mean, like, would you be interested in helping us as an assistant? Because it could be remotely, helping us do our scheduling and confirm people to be on our show and things like that, and maybe help build a contact list for yourself as well. So you would help us schedule our shows and call our guests and confirm that they're going to be showing. Do you have time to do that?
Actually, yes, I do have a lot of time, but I have to confess that it's going to be very tough for me, because like I'm not in that emotional place right now. So
Okay.
I go in and out. So
But on the other hand,
I understand. I was just trying to reach out to see if there was something we could help you build into.
Yeah.
No, I get it. My soul is in the same place.
What about running a chess show?
Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
I mean,
Chess
A
show.
show on chess from Africa. Actually, how I picked you up was Damon
Yeah.
Chabiz, who's a professor at Florida A&M, who runs a newspaper called Chess Drum. Brought up
Yeah.
your whole story in the United States. I don't know if you know Damon, but anyway, it was this whole great story. I was going, are you kidding me? I mean, I can imagine that you could go to a chess tournament, and I've heard that players around the world got stranded. But from what I heard recently, it's all over. So you're one of the few ones that I know of that is stranded. But what about running a chess show out of Africa? I mean, the thing is, just like he runs the Chess Drum, is that something you'd be interested in, doing a chess show for IBM TV maybe?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure, definitely.
Okay. Yeah, because the thing is, you became famous in the United States for being
Yeah.
trapped over there. Okay, I mean, it's like hitting the U.S. wires, and I'm going like, are you kidding me? An international master, and the players here all appreciate how hard it is to become an international master. And we've said, when you're an international master or even a grandmaster, it's easier to become a billionaire than it is a grandmaster. I don't know if you know that. There are more billionaires in the world than there are chess grandmasters. Think about that.
I mean,
So just so you know, it's quite an accomplishment that you actually made the international master title, and you're an international chess master. And to have a show out of Africa, we already have another one. It's Friday at 9:00, right, Kim? That is out of Lagos, Nigeria.
So we got Friday at 9 o'clock, and then we've got some from South Africa that on Sunday. We've got 3 shows on Sunday from South Africa. So we've got shows from all over the continent.
Yeah, and we have one on from Lagos, Nigeria on Friday at 9 o'clock.
Morning.
And I was trying to get Dapo in here because he's an attorney who works at Global Law. And Global Law has they're in 180 countries, a lot of the big law firms. And he would be able to help you. And I'm trying to get Dapo on because he's an attorney at a very prestigious law firm in Lagos, Nigeria, who could help you getting into Nigeria. But the problem is you're going through Ghana and you're going through Togo, you're going through Benin, and we don't have any lawyers there right now. In other words, I have lawyers in Nigeria and around the world.
But there's one thing. I mean, have you thought of taking a sea route? Can you go to the ocean? Can you cover that route? Is it possible?
Through the ocean?
Yeah.
Can you take the ocean?
Or can you take a boat?
An ocean
can you take a boat to Nigeria?
No, not in this part of the world. I mean, there are some things that I'm not going to risk.
I don't blame you. It could be.
If anything happens, you're on your own, basically. So it's not even an idea for me.
What about trains? Do they have trains that go between the countries?
No, they don't.
Okay.
No, they don't.
Didn't you part of your training in Maryland? Were you playing on a chess team in Maryland at one point in time? You were in the United States, from what I read.
Say it again.
You were in Maryland, weren't you, in the United States?
Yeah, I was. Tell me
about your experience here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm awesome because I was in the U.S. between the year 1999 and 2012. Yeah, I lived in the U.S. I lived in Maryland. Yeah, I mean, it was a very good experience because while I was there, I was running a chess academy where I get to teach people and send them into schools. And then apart from that, I also worked with a lot of individuals, from kids all the way to adults. And I've actually had some of the former junior chess champion of the USA is actually one of my former students. So, I mean, I had though I play a lot, I play a lot of games and I've had a lot of success playing, but I've actually had more success teaching because teaching is something that comes naturally to me. It's my passion. I love to teach, regardless. So, yeah, I mean, it was an awesome experience. And it's interesting you brought this up because one of the reasons why I'm back in Nigeria, why I came back is because I had some issues with the sports ministry. I mean, I'm being owed a lot of money and it took forever for them to let it go. Even until now, I'm still yet to get it. But that's how I was able to get back to Nigeria. And just before the COVID-19 struck, I was actually planning my return to the US. So I don't know how that's going to work out right now.
Okay. Well, since we got a hold of you, what I'd like to do is get you in contact with our attorney in Nigeria at some point in time. And also, I don't know if you ever work with Will Stewart. He runs the largest chess videos in the world called iChess.net. Together training programs all over the world. And I want to introduce you to Will Stewart. He actually sits on our board at IBM TV. But how I've known him for 30 plus years, I actually trained him when he was in the 5th grade how to play chess. In other words, actually was his coach. Now he's a FIDE master.
Nick, what about that guy we interviewed? What about that guy we interviewed with Elliot Robert? He's from Nigeria, isn't he?
From Uganda.
He's from Uganda.
Oh, okay.
No, Robert's from Uganda, and Elliot was involved with what they call the Queen of Katwe.
Robert Katende, right?
Yeah, right, Robert. Yeah, right. He's been on our show before, and yeah, he's from Uganda, but he's not from your part of the woods, which is Nigeria. But he's actually been on our show before, so we do have a lot of chess connections we can help you with, especially if you want to do the chess videos. Because Will has been really good because he makes sure that his teachers get paid, which is important. Wow. Okay. In other words, so if I've introduced him to a lot of people, but Will's a great guy. I've known him since the 5th grade, and he runs iChess.net. 125,000 people.
That what I hope you're taking away from this.
What do you think about a fundraising chess tournament for Dapo on IBM TV, and then you can connect the chess world?
The people that come to IBM TV are really strong players. I mean, you got to be. I mean, we've had. Sasha down over there runs Chess Stars. It's a TV show that broadcasts a lot of grandmasters from Russia, and we've had Alex Shirov on the show.
Okay.
You're a grandmaster, right?
No, he's what they call an international master. Okay,
Master.
grandmasters here, international masters there, feeding master where he's at. I'm down below at national master, and then we have Alexander Starr, who makes all the money, who runs Chess Stars. Okay, so and the thing is,
I will tell you something interesting.
what?
I'm making way much more money on the stock market than on chess.
Oh, he actually
Number
also,
two.
he runs Chess
I ask
Stars, but he also runs our investment show on Wednesday.
That's right.
Right.
May I ask you one question? You know Grandmaster Alexei Shirov for sure, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, this Saturday at 3 o'clock, we are going to have a very special. It's his birthday, 48 years. We will have on our program at IBM TV, Grandmaster Alexei Shirov, formerly number 3 in the world.
Yeah.
He will talk to us. He will show one of his favorite games, and then he will play a few blitz games. Would you like to play against Grandmaster Shirov?
Today?
No, Saturday.
Saturday.
3 o'clock.
Yeah, absolutely. I would love to do that. Yeah, sure.
Yes.
Okay, so what we are going to do, please show up on IBM TV about 2:45, 2:50, just 10 minutes. So
Okay.
I will tell you how to log in into chessstars.com, or you can do it now. It's very easy. Register under your real name, so you will be eligible to play Blitz against Alexei.
Oh yeah,
Shirov.
that would be really great. A great show that everybody around the world would be interested, because Shirov versus the former Nigerian champion versus the former number 3 player in the world. We can get a lot of mileage out of that one on IBM TV.
And also, tell the world that he's lost in Ivory Coast.
Oh yeah,
He's help home, and
Yeah.
you never know who's listening that can say, "Hey, you know what? I can give you a lift home."
Or they give you a plane ticket.
You just
Yeah,
never
that's
know.
right.
You know.
That's what we want to do. We want to figure out, but by giving you exposure of your story, hopefully we can help you find that trip back home. It's all about networking and connecting, and
That's right.
we're here to help you. And if you're getting lonely out there, reach out to us on Facebook. I don't know if you have Facebook, but reach
Yes, I
out to us on Facebook. Reach out to us and talk to us if you want to dial in and talk to us again. And of course, we'll help you get a show going so that you can have a show and talk to people. But don't be. This is what Ankit and I keep telling people: don't be alone out there. Let us help you. And we've had people call us, and it's been great being able to help people connect with people. So,
you've been a success in the past. You will be again in the future. Don't let your current situation bring you too down.
no, I mean, and it does. And
Looking forward, because the future is bright for you.
Thank you very much.
The thing is that you've got people who care,
Yes.
and that's great that you have a family, because that's what I kept just worrying to death about my own son when he was locked in New York. And even though you think, it's a day's drive, but we couldn't get him back home, and so for 4 months, So I know how your family feels, but know that it's great that they're there for you, right? And now you got a whole new family called IBM TV. And
and you never know who's watching. Somebody might just be able to help you. Just some viewer out there.
And Jim Eade is actually responsible for this famous book, Chess for Dummies, believe it or not.
Wow.
So he is actually the author. When he showed me that, I was going, "Are you kidding me? He's the author of Chess for Dummies," which is obviously a bestseller around the world, because that's what people like.
We're all in this together, Dap.
So we're all in this together. We have sign language on our TV show. So we're unifying the world, right? As one. Okay. We connect and we love each other. This is love. So I'm sending you love and hugs.
That one right.
And namaste. Hello. Good morning. Many blessings. Many blessings. But that's how we say hello and goodbye. So and it's just sign language that unites us together. Ankit, I'm not going to say he's all alone, but he's in a country with 1.3 billion people. and his family and everything. And I think we just all kind of connected together to help each other. We actually helped a business yesterday, and they liked us so much that they've emailed us and want to collaborate with us. That's how great this has been. Is like they're like, oh my gosh, that was so much help yesterday. So, we're going to,
I got to ask you a question because we have an expression here in the United States. It's always darkest before the dawn. Do you have something like that in Nigeria?
Before the
Say it
dawn.
again.
It's always darkest before the dawn.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We do.
Okay.
That's right. And I believe that also. I do. Yeah.
Just one more question to you. May I ask you,
sir.
have you heard about Kasparov Chess Foundation?
Yes, I've heard about it.
Because
I know
they have office in Africa. I'm not sure where. Maybe in Lagos, by the way. But I can find out.
Okay, sir.
Because they do have a lot of teaching programs in Africa, and he has some political power as well. I'm not sure if he can help in your particular case, but I can inquire about that. But basically, I would recommend for you being in touch with them because they're very active.
Great idea, Sasha.
Yeah, they have offices in 5 continents, including Africa. But I think it was in Lagos. I'm not so sure, but I can check it.
I know they're in South Africa, though.
Yeah, but are they in Lagos?
I'm not sure.
I think they are.
Okay.
I'll find out.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
It's a good idea.
We'll start making connections happen, and you come on and do your show. Do a show once a week, and do the game with Sasha. Come play a game of chess with Sasha on Saturday.
Yes, I got to play Shirov, and it was you can understand.
I would recommend
know what the result was. But
start practice. Watch Shirov's game in a database. What he's playing. He's very dangerous. I can tell you right now.
So I'm gonna send you. It's chessstars.com is Sasha's website. I just sent it. Oops, I sent it on the big thing. Hold on just a second. So it's chessstars.com.
But it's great. You can also try to. There's another thing that Sasha does where you can predict the moves and try predicting Shirov's moves. I bet I went all in on one move that I thought was obvious, and he played something completely different.
Well, I think the one was doing my guesses because he was all over the board, and that would be the way I play, right? Very risky and all over the board. His king was everywhere, and I was like, at first I was like, "Are you crazy?" And then I was like, "Okay, this is pretty cool." But,
don't play like Shirov, kids. Don't play like Shirov. He's a professional.
Tell me, how do you like playing chess on internet?
I actually play on Lichess and I play on chess.com.
Good.
You like it?
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah,
nice. Very good. Yeah.
So you're never really alone. You always have a game.
Wow, that's right.
That's right. Yeah.
That's right.
Well, so the thing is that let's work together to help you get somewhere. But maybe this was kind of a destiny of saying, hey, maybe there's something else you could be doing, and maybe that's this, and connecting. Maybe you can help connect people as well, right? Because you know how it feels to be alone, and I just thank you from the bottom of my heart for sharing that with me because, we all have someone out there that is alone in this. So, but let's reach out to those people. Every time I do something to reach out to someone, I feel better, right?
Wow.
And the road to joy, they say, is, the strands of 3 things is the road to joy, and that's pride, purpose, and I want to say persistence, but it's pleasure. So pride, joy, and pleasure. And somebody wrote about this because he discovered that the happiest people in the world were not the people with all the millions and billions in the U.S. It was people in the poorest countries. But it's because they all had purpose, pride, and pleasure in their life. Those 3 elements. And
you could also appreciate the little things.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Like preservation of money, you forget.
Preservation of capital.
Well, there's hysteria going on right now. Along with the pandemic of a virus comes the pandemic of various other problems, such as hysteria, trauma, reactiveness, and depression. Right? Always with a pandemic or an epidemic of any kind comes a depression of some sort. And so we've been talking about this on the show, and how do we just push it aside. We've got spiritual shows started on IBM TV. They're free to watch. We're being selective. We're just not, there's a lot of them on YouTube, but on IBM TV, we're being kind of selective of who can do the spiritual shows. So, don't feel lonely. Reach out to us.
You could be in a crowded place like Manhattan and feel alone. So it's all about your perspective, how you take care of yourself. Wherever you are, you're never alone. That's the truth of it. But people can feel alone. So it's something that you can control by having your own inner strength, your own inner peace.
Jim, remember the song, "You'll Never Walk Alone Again."
Yeah.
You'll have to listen to that. Yeah, You'll Never Walk Alone Again. One of the movies that this reminds me of is that movie that Tom Hanks did when he got stranded in the airport.
Oh yeah, Airport. That was
Airport, right? And he because the country changed their rules, he couldn't go back home. He could go back in, and they wouldn't let him out of the airport into the country here because his passport expired. So he literally had to live in the airport. I mean, what a bunch of idiots our countries are. It's a true story. But what a bunch of idiots. The guy has to live in the airport with no money, no means to communicate to home, no means to get home because the laws. And I'm like, for a educated world, we've got a bunch of idiots. It's just running the country.
But
right?
I want to tell you something. You have a great advantage over him because you play chess and he didn't.
That's right.
So you're a great advantage.
Yeah.
Every time I got transferred when I was working, it was to a new city. I didn't know anyone, but I could go to a local chess club and I could find someone to play chess with. So that carried me through a lot of times where I felt very lonely.
Yep.
So,
and Jim, that's how I met Jim is through chess. So he asked if I played. I said I don't.
I totally fell in love with Kimberly until she told me that she didn't actually play chess.
I don't play chess. I'm surrounded by chess players, and so you'll see a lot of chess players on my Facebook. I admire chess players. I think that it takes a lot of brilliant strategic skill set and discipline to play chess. And I think those skill sets and disciplines are very important for surviving in life. And, and I just think it's good that you've got this chess family now. I love them. They're a different kind. I told Nick, it's like a cult, right? I said, chess people, they just kind of get together and they work together. They're happy.
Stories.
Yeah, there's a love
it's
story.
It's like a reunion every time we get together.
Sasha has a love story in chess. So the history of chess, if you go to Sasha's Chess Stars, you can watch games that are 100 years old replay.
Wow.
Yeah, we have good database. You can go into database and find old games played by 100 years ago and even more. So you can start analyzing and just see it.
And they're a whole lot better when you replay them and Sasha talks about them. That is fun. I love to hear Sasha recall a game. And so there's just so many things that can be, done to uplift and help you out.
And my show is called Chess Without Borders because, when I was on Sasha's show, we played over an old Steinitz game. Now, Sasha was born in Odessa. You were from Nigeria. I was from New England, and we all know that game. So it's part of our common culture, wherever we're from. We all know.
Yeah, that's right.
Tell me, who is your favorite chess players of the past or present?
when I just started playing chess, it used to be Capablanca, Jose Raul Capablanca. And then, of course, I got to a point where it was Garry Kasparov, but the most, then it was Vladimir Kramnik. I really love the way he plays the game. But as I right now, presently, my favorite player is MVL, Lagrave from France.
Yeah.
He's my favorite player.
No kidding.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Very good.
Yeah, because he's to me, he started out like with a lot of promise, then kind of leveled off, and now he's really close to the top now.
Yeah, he's a fighter. He plays very interesting games. Like he plays real. I mean, he's a very quick player and very interesting games. You always get an interesting game from him. No matter what the result is, you're gonna enjoy the game. It doesn't matter who's winning or losing. You're gonna get a lot from the game.
So
Do you
one of my
remember when
favorite
he-
players was Anand from India, because he was also very quick and very accurate.
Yes, Anand was.
Do you remember his game, MVL, against Carlsen, which he played with the black pieces? And he defeated Carlsen, and so many people analyzed the game, they couldn't find Carlsen's mistake. He was just outplayed, period,
Yes.
full stop.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
You know
Yes.
that, yeah?
Yeah, I saw. It was a recent game. I saw the game. Yes, it was a very nice game.
Very nice.
Yeah.
A couple of years ago, I met in New York a gentleman who is a mentor of MVL and who was a former president of French Chess Federation. I even played 2 blitz games with him in Washington Park, and I beat him twice.
Wow.
And he bought lunch for us, and it was.
Sasha's always working the angle.
Sorry.
Sasha's always working the angle.
Yeah. Yeah, that was really, really great. Jules.
The president of the Confederation is never a good player, and never a real.
Oh, by the way, I have I was going through my pictures in my iPhone. I found a picture of me and him playing chess in Washington Park.
Wow.
Yeah, I think I'll have to publish that picture.
Yeah.
Yes,
Nice memories. Why not?
absolutely. Sasha's got a great picture of blueberry pancakes too. So
Yeah.
I saw that.
just want to
That's a
say
good one. Yeah.
that's
And what about in San Luis? Remember this whole Chess Hall of Fame? My
Yes.
picture from San Luis.
Yes.
Did you see that, Kim?
I did see it. Oh, Kim, did you see that?
what?
St. Louis, the Chess Hall of Fame, Sasha's photo of that.
Not yet. I
Oh.
need to go online and see that. So
Okay.
but
I have some of those too. Rex Seinfeld has created a chess mecca in St. Louis. He's got the Hall of Fame there and the St. Louis Chess Club, and he's also bought some buildings, so he has a restaurant and places for grandmasters to come and stay. They could be grandmaster in residence for a month, So it's an unbelievable chess scene. So if you get to the United States again, try to work that into your itinerary so that
Actually, I really plan not just to visit the St. Louis Chess Center. I actually look forward to playing in an invitational tournament in the near future because I've read about it and I really want to be part of it. It's amazing what Mr. Rex has done. I mean, it's known all over the world. So I don't just want to visit, but I want to play, and I'm really looking forward to that real soon.
you play in St. Louis, I'll
Wonderful.
fly out there, assuming the COVID allows me to.
Absolutely. Well, we assume the COVID is just going to get away, and then we go back to our normal stuff.
Right.
Is that center open now?
Sorry?
I
Is that
don't know.
Is that center open now for?
I think they announced something recently that said that they were reopening, but with social distancing. So I don't know how it's working.
I was just curious if residency, maybe we could get him moved there for a month and then move him home from there. I was just thinking, I'm just, I'm always thinking strategically, well, what if we move? Because see, here's what happened when we were shipping around, and I know it's not the same as human, shipping around PPE equipment. They couldn't get it into certain countries unless it came through the U.S. first. So they were shipping PPE to the United States and then shipping it out. So I'm just curious, maybe we could get him here.
Kim, that's a brilliant idea. And Sasha, through your connections with Gary Kasparov, I bet you can get Rex to get on this for him.
It's possible.
It's possible. Yeah, we can't speak for Rex. But maybe we can just ask. You know?
That'd be nice.
So I don't know either one of these guys, but Sasha does, and so but you know, even if it's not coming to the U.S., maybe even if there's a residency. But what I'm thinking is push it into a residency, right? So because that's how my son travels all over the world. Is he gets jobs as an artist, a resident, and you know, thank goodness he wasn't all over the world at the time. He was just in New York, but yeah, I'm
We
thinking.
still have the problem of getting a flight. I don't know if we can even fly into St. Louis now from where you are.
So our airports never closed. They reduced by 50%, but I'm not quite sure. Yeah, international, I'm not quite sure, but I've watched Elliot fly to different places during COVID.
Oh, sure.
So, and I know that's not the same place, but I'm just saying I've watched people fly. I'm just curious. But if it was done through a residency, but you know, we were doing it as a means to get him back home. It could be something nice that the chess organization is doing for somebody here, and you know, just thinking out loud.
Yeah, no, it's a wonderful insight.
So.
Yeah, no, really, it's really good. Sasha has the best contacts, you know, and I know Rex, but I don't know well enough to ask a favor, but Sasha does. I think Sasha knows people who could ask a favor.
Listen, I can ask Michael Khodorkovsky, who's the right hand of Gary Kasparov.
Right.
And we'll go from there. They have direct connection to Rex. I met Rex a few times, but I'm not
I'm the same way.
Everyday contact with him for sure.
Right.
But
Khodorkovsky would be the guy.
It's just contacts and saying, hey, what if? You know, that's what I'm trying to do right now is just, you know, do some what ifs. And I just
you got people working for you. And when you get Kimberly on your side, man, she makes things happen.
Thanks so much.
What I do is I do what ifs. I do what ifs and why nots, and it gets me into trouble a lot.
Let me just ask you one more question. Let's see if I'm talking to somebody who is hopefully in a position to help you.
Yeah.
What exactly should I recommend these people to do? Where and how they have to apply their power, connections, willingness to help? Like what exactly me or you or both of us want them to do?
You know, I really do not know exactly what they need to do because I don't know what needs to be done to get out of here. You know, it's a situation whereby borders are closed. So I don't know. I mean, if I know someone they could go talk to, that would be a good idea. But I have absolutely no idea how to go about it. Or the only thing I just hope happens is get the borders open. So I really don't know exactly where or who they need to talk to get me out of here. So that's another issue.
It's not even a question of whom to talk. It's what about to talk. Okay, we are talking about opening borders of Nigeria from somebody who got stuck in Cote d'Ivoire to get back to Nigeria.
Yes.
So how and which ways it can affect certain things to happen to allow you to do that? Like what you know, if I talk to somebody, I want to ask him very specific.
You're right.
Things.
You're right.
How about a plane ticket?
Okay, Rex is on the phone. Okay, Sasha, tell us what do you want me to do?
Give him a plane ticket.
I think I think a plane ticket will solve a lot of problems because all I have to do is just wait for everything to get smoothed down and then just take off. Because right now, even if no matter what help I get, I can't really live here now because the borders are closed. And like I said, today I'm going to find out if the planes are actually moving. Because once I can confirm that, then all I need is just get the finance to get a ticket and get out of here. That's all.
This is the simplest thing. The simplest thing is if there are planes flying, then we're talking about a matter of some hundreds of thousands of dollars just to buy a ticket. Okay, this is a viable proposition. That's very easy to take care of. Now, if you're talking about asking certain governments to open their borders,
And we can do that.
I'm not sure how even to approach it. It's
But he
One of the
doesn't have
things
to
we
get
could
people.
ask is if there's ever any special trips that even government people are taking between the borders, and maybe he could take a ride, a trip with
Yeah,
them.
that's
sure.
So
Yeah.
if you've got, say, the embassy people from the embassy going from point A to point B,
That's
if he
right.
could to ride with them as well. I think that's some of the things that need to be addressed is, he's just trying to get from A to B.
That's right. That's right.
Ghana's borders can be closed, but you can still fly over them.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
If there are flights, you
If
cannot
there are
fly
flights.
if there are no flights. That's a problem. Number one.
Well, if there are no
Number two,
flights,
Number
Right.
two, if you're going to take a land line, the car ride or something, there is a danger of you to get stuck in one of these countries on the way to Nigeria, and it could be that your stay there and treatment will be way much worse than now that you have in Cote d'Ivoire, because I can see you look good, you talk on internet and so on. So you can go into one of the countries where you will not have that luxury. So you have to be very, very careful. So
That's
if you
right.
live where you are now, don't take it lightly. You may get in a worse situation.
And that's
Hopefully
something to
not.
consider as well. That perhaps maybe in some odd sort of way, this was somebody watching over you, to make sure that you're not hurt right now. So, I mean,
Yeah, and there are worse places to be than Cote d'Ivoire, right? That's a nice country, from what I understand.
Yeah, it is, and I really don't go anywhere. I mean, I don't have a reason to go out for anything. I don't, I try to stay there as much as possible. Take a couple of walks in the evening. That's about it. I don't have. I'm not here for business or pleasure. I'm just in transit, so I have no business going around looking for what I don't know. So
right, you're in transit.
Yeah.
Right.
So let's do this. Text us in the private chat
Okay.
where you're located, maybe an address.
Okay.
Where if we need to get in touch with you, so put your address there, and then the address you want to get to. Let's start like Nick does. Let's start a book, because Nick always puts together a book, right? And where you're at and where you want to be. And
What's the name of your airport? What's the name of the airport?
Can I send the information to the email like that?
Yeah, that would be great. And then if Nick, if you can make that email get to us.
Okay.
We can share it with people. I've got friends who go to Africa all the time to help people.
Okay.
They've not gone this year, but they might have contacts. It's just, you never know, right? So,
in fact, I tell you, one of our, producers from Africa, Kelvin, he is having some ministry contacts in Nigeria. One of his people or maybe relatives is in Nigerian ministry. And also, I've just checked out on internet. There are a lot of people who are stuck in Africa in different countries, and they're not able to go to their own countries. So maybe it could be a rescue mission for Africa and helping people to make sure that they will reach from point A to point B. And maybe someone wants to go from Nigeria, Lagos to Ivory Coast. So maybe there might be some connections which we can build up and make sure that people will fly it around and reach out at their home at best possible time, basically. Because it's not just about DAPO, it's about a lot of people as well. So with DAPO, a lot of people will get more help as well. So we can create a campaign and we can run that campaign. And I think Nick knows that on chess.com we have 30 million people. So if they pay $1, I mean, we can run that rescue mission.
13 million people, I think we
that's
could raise a little bit of money. So,
Chess.com has about 38 million people
38 million.
right now on chess.com, and usually about 100,000 are playing actively at any point in time. It's pretty.
I mean,
Robust.
it could be, but if
You know
once we
what-
put down
what-
this address to this address, and this is what we want,
Yeah.
we could might end up starting a network. Maybe this is something that he can do. Is hey, I'm reaching out to other people. I'm a chess player, but I'm also reaching out to other people who need to get from point A to point B. Let's figure it out and get people to call in and talk to you. I need to get.
What we can do is we can create a Facebook page, Rescue Africa, and then we let people to fill up a form from point A to point B, and then we just have to cross check and do analysis
Right.
where who wants to go where, and we'll collect money, and then we'll try to see if we can do something.
And I want to give a little shout out to an app called SendWave. SendWave is a way for us to send money to Africa, and so SendWave, all one word, and you just download the app. It's easy to send money to a person in an address in Africa. So that is the way that I get money to Uganda, for example, to Zambia, for example. And I have not tried it with Nigeria, but I'm sure it can be done. Cote d'Ivoire, I think it's Cote d'Ivoire.
Cote d'Ivoire.
Sorry,
Speak French.
exactly close to me, so I have to do French and translate back and forth. But I'm sure that they're set up to accept monies through SendWave as well. So
right.
it's a solvable problem. Right now, it looks like it's an insurmountable problem, but it's solvable. And more people in your corner, it makes it easier. More hands.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity given me to be on the show today, and I look forward to coming up sometime soon. If there's anything I can be part of, I'll really look forward to that.
All right, let's do it.
I'll tell you one. I'll tell you one live incident. What's happening in internet world is that people started bartering their products, starting from as small as a pen, and then while do the bartering, that person end up buying a house. Can you believe
Wow.
it? And that's possible. There are a lot of videos available, and they showcase those videos. It takes a lot of time. It's not that it happens within a month or so. But what happens is that suppose if I have a pen and you need a pen, so I will take your glasses and I will give you a pen. Now I will barter your glass to Jim, and then I'll buy a chessboard. And then from a chessboard I'll auction that chessboard to Sasha and get some $1 million money from Sasha, and then rotate the money, and then you'll get your house. If you check on internet, there are a lot of stories, and people get whatever they feel like, and it happens over a period of time. And amazing stories.
Interesting. So I really we'll thank everyone for this opportunity again. It's really nice being on this show, and like I said, I'll look forward to coming back soon.
Absolutely.
And but I have to really take my leave shortly because I have to take a class online in the next few minutes. So I have to make some preparation and get some things in place.
Get that education and never stop learning. I'm looking at this as we're going to move you like a chess piece across the board, across the country, and we're going to get you home. We're going to get you home.
Thank you so much.
Well, we're going to have to do a whole story on getting him home too. So the whole story, that'd be really good.
It's going to be a story with a happy ending.
Thank you for joining us.
Absolutely.
Thank you for joining us.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, and I take my leave now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Take care.
Wow, what a lovely visit. He had great internet connection. I don't know how he did that, but he had really good internet.
So real quickly, I just wanted to play that video so that you understand what I'm talking about.
Yes, I want to see that.
You lost me when you got $1 million from Sasha.
So.
And I love you.
Whoa.
That was super. Oh wow.
Oh my goodness. Started with the red paperclip. I gotta
What do you
find
think?
one.
What do you think?
I
That's
love
a-
it.
That's a great
Is
story.
it verifiable?
Is
Is
it
it
what?
verifiable?
Is it
Verifiable.
Yeah.
How? Who verified? When?
So there are a lot of media stories on different channels and different newspapers. They have verified that these all are true stories.
I don't believe even 1 second of what I just saw. Not even one.
I thought you were in Toronto. You're in Missouri, the show me state.
All this story plus 75 cents will buy you a cup of coffee. That's it.
There you go. That's how we'll make money. We'll play the story and charge 75.
Trade the cup of coffee for something else.
Hey,
Oh,
there's our
hi,
buddy
Ben.
Ben. Hi,
Hi
Ben.
Ben, good evening. How are you?
Good afternoon, all. What did I tune into then? What was going on? What a time to tune in. Hey? I've got.
Oh my word! I tell you what, we've had quite a morning. We're trying to rescue a chess player who got stuck in the Ivory Coast when he was there playing a chess tournament, and he's been there since because they locked down all the airports. And so we're trying to help him get back home. And he's going to start a TV show with us because he's been all alone. He has nobody. He had nobody to be with him. And I guess the embassies haven't been very responsive. I've heard that from a few people, not just Africa. So anyway, so it's quite an interesting story. And then we have this video. Did you see the video, Ben?
I come in halfway through, so that's what I mean. I just literally come in and this video was on. Incredible timing.
Yeah.
Started out with a paper clip. He traded a
Right.
paper clip. So, I mean,
Some of us are a little bit dubious about it. Others of us bought it, put whole fish line and sinker.
No, I remember the old story when someone asked a wealthy person, "How did you become a millionaire? What did you do?" He said, "Well, I bought 2 apples for 10 cents each, and I carved them, and I cut them, and I sold them, and I had enough money now to buy 4 apples. So I bought now 4 apples, and I cut them, and I cleaned them, and I did all the stuff, and I sold all of it. So now, next day, I came and I bought 8 apples. Oh, wonderful! And what's happened next? And you know what's happened next? In about 2 months, my uncle died. He passed away, and he left a will, and he left me $1 million. That's how I became a millionaire."
there you go.
There you go.
I have one more video like this. If you want to watch, I can play right now.
Okay,
Yeah, brilliant.
go for it.
I'm going to believe it, whatever it is.
Oh, a hairpin.
I'm looking to do something a little crazy for my friends on TikTok. So here's the plan. I'm trading a bobby pin up until I get a house. If you think I'm crazy, in 2006, someone traded a red paperclip up until they got a house. So let's do it.
Verified.
Right now, I'm posting on Craigslist, eBay, Facebook, you name it. Consider dropping a follow and watch me trade my way all the way to a house. So I started with this paperclip, and earlier traded it for a pair of earrings to a girl on Facebook. Then traded those earrings for 4 margarita glasses. Pretty nice ones too, honestly. This afternoon, I found a girl on Facebook who wanted the margarita glasses, so I traded those for a Bissell vacuum cleaner. After I got the vacuum, I cleaned up a few things before trading it again, like replacing a screw that was missing and using nail polish remover to get any scuffs off the sides of the vacuum. Once it was cleaned up, I looked through over 1,000 trades until I found the right one, all while gaining over 1 million followers. After picking the perfect trade, I drove 30 minutes and met a guy in a parking lot to trade the vacuum for this really nice snowboard. In just 4 trades, I've gone from a bobby pin to a snowboard. I read through hundreds of DMs on Instagram, but ended up finding my trade pretty quickly on Facebook. Once I confirmed the trade was good to go, I wiped down all the rust from the board and I filed the sides to really clean up those edges. This trade specifically was one of my most valuable thus far. The snowboard was valued at around $95 and the new item was valued at more than double, at around $200, giving me a barely used Apple TV 4K. Last time, I traded a snowboard for this Apple TV. And as of this week, I've made my 2 biggest trades yet. Trading the Apple TV for a pair of Bose noise-canceling wireless headphones. And if you think that's big, keep watching. After getting the headphones, I then traded those headphones for a new Xbox One with 2 controllers, 2 games, and a Kinect sensor bar. These trades are just getting crazier and crazier. So far, I've made 6 trades to get myself an Xbox One, but I'm not stopping there. After finding this guy who really wanted the Xbox, I traded him in the parking lot of a Safeway for, I'm not kidding you, a MacBook Pro. I've got some pretty wild offers coming up, so shoot me a follow and let's get this house. This week's trade was the first one that I shipped through the mail. So as soon as the package arrived, I shot this video so that you guys could see the live unboxing. Here's what I got. Little note, Canon camera, this battery grip, really nice lens, battery, and another lens.
Wow. Okay.
I've got a house.
As you saw, the man is from Montreal. So most likely he is a liar anyway, to begin with. Number two, so she was lucky, this presenter, whoever she is, that she actually screwed so many people on her way to trade to the house, because all those people could trade and have a nice house. And she screwed them out of the opportunity and got it all to herself, never shared with anybody. She has to be put in prison. That's my opinion.
That's a capitalist way, Sasha.
Still, what is compassion? What is her way to say thanks to society, who allowed her to be so prosperous and do so well? This is not fair. I would
socialist at heart.
You're missing the point here. Everyone's missing the point. The point is, who's got a bobby pin, please?
I got one. I'm gonna start tomorrow.
I've already got a house. I want the 1 million followers.
I think that's what she was after more than anything, is the 1 million followers, and she's getting it. I find it odd that some of the things she traded, because I would never fathom being able to trade an Xbox for an Apple Mac Pro. But I went online a couple of weeks ago because I was looking at trading something, and there are people who will do stuff like that. Like literally, you will upgrade trade. You have to be good at it. But I didn't. I haven't traded yet. But I was looking at the trades that were going on, and
it's like the stock market. If you're a seller and
if you are into the old trading process, and if you understand how the pawn shop works, trade is a big business, and people who understand that, the value of Xbox as compared to MacBook, they know what we are talking about. Because I might not need a MacBook, but I might need an Xbox, and I can pay, good amount of money for an Xbox, which if I buy it on for a fresh cost, it might cost around $5,000, but I'm getting a $3,000 fresh piece. So why not I buy those things? And that's why we have a lot of refurbished products, especially electronic products in the market. You go to any of the big companies, they all have refurbished products, and that's all. And in fact, if you buy a house, those also are like traded house basically, with the value of a money. So I don't know.
So what did that last guy trade at the very end for that farmhouse? What was it?
So that was, I think, a movie, some kind of a movie basically. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. To be a role in a movie.
Yeah,
a role in a movie for a farmhouse. Wow.
Yeah.
That's pretty wicked. So he was trading off like certificates to meet people and things like that. That was pretty interesting. I just cannot fathom anyone trading me a hairpin for a set of earrings. I haven't figured that out yet.
Me either. Or the Kiss
I have plenty of hairpins. I don't even know if I sent a whole box of them if somebody would give me earrings. But
You know,
It's about starting a process.
I'm
Right.
surprised nobody corrected me when I said that all that and 75 cents will buy you a cup of coffee. No, not today. 75 cents will buy you nothing. Actually, you need at least probably $3. So all
75 cents is the
$3 will buy a cup of coffee. So
That's what you give the barista for the coffee.
I was going to say, nobody's been to Starbucks lately. It's like
Yeah.
$5 a
So
cup.
it's probably $5.50.
It's $5 a cup of coffee, and that's the small, not even the grande.
Right.
So Ben, we're having too much fun here. Tell us what's going on in the UK and how you deal with COVID. How's everything going?
You want to
Well,
stop all the fun, right?
Yeah, I was going to say, Jim, you're going to bring this right back down now, aren't you, if you're asking about the UK? Right, what's happening in the UK? We're due to open up our public houses, our hotels, restaurants this Saturday. It's known as I said it the other day on the podcast this Thursday. It's known as UK Independence Day. However, there's not a lot of people opening up. If I'm honest with you, there's a lot of people that have refused to, so they're going to open up on the 6th. I've heard the 6th, 11th, and 13th, a load of different dates. The scary thing is that we're opening up on a Saturday, which obviously is going to bring its own issues. To me, it'd be more sensible so the pubs can understand what they're going to have to do. Opening up on a Monday when it's a little bit quieter, but I guess they're going to be swamped Saturday. We're not allowed out in more than groups of 6 into the pub from 2 households. We're not allowed to. We have to be. All the tables are set apart. Social distancing still applies. The beer gardens are going to be open, which doesn't look like it's going to be a nice weekend, so that might dampen it down a bit, which I think is needed. We've done a local lockdown in a place called Leicester because there's spikes in Leicester. That's, of course, caused a lot of misery. We have 36 other towns and cities on the list, which could be locally locked down. But, of course, you then get to a situation where you almost have to get your car to jump over a town to get to the next one. But we'll see how that goes. There's a court case today in the UK from somebody from Monaco. Simon Dolan, who is the owner of Jota Sport, he's taken the government to court over what he considers it as house arrest lockdown, and he's challenging the legalities of lockdown. Personally, I don't see the point of challenging the legalities. The fact is, it was right at the start, and we've never experienced like this. So really, I think it's just somebody trying to make a name for themselves. But we'll see what the court case comes out as. So, yeah, that's where we're at. It's the UK. It's an exciting weekend. We've got a drive-in. I live in a sleepy county called Shropshire, and we've got a massive drive-in festival for the next 3 weekends. So, Saturday, it's music, and that's sold out within 2 days. The Friday after, there's a comedy. The day after that, there's a spectacular show. And then the Saturday after that, there's an ABBA show. The rules of that are you are allowed out of your car. You're allowed out to the right-hand side, the driver's side in the UK. But you're only allowed the length of the car. And the problem is I've got a Mini. So the length of my car is not exactly big. But there you go. So we'll see how that works. I kind of want it to be Saturday night and look back up with the way the day is gone. Because it's a little bit of the unknown, but we will see. So, yeah. So I'm going to go and perhaps buy a longer vehicle over the next few weeks. So these driving events, I get a bit more room to move. But there you go. That's where we're at, the UK.
Wow.
Well, we experienced a lot of, we tried to open up like you're describing, and then we saw spikes in the COVID, and we had to re-shut down. So I hope you're spared that.
There was a report out today that we were spared that from the first kind of release of the rules, the regulations. So when the shops have opened, etc., we've not seen any spikes or anything. But then, of course, this is different. This is actually people back out socialising. So that's going to make a massive difference. So localised lockdowns on at the moment. We will have to wait and see if this brings any more than a localised lockdown. But of course, when you're talking 36 towns and cities, it starts to spread then. As I say, it's difficult then. You almost, can I go in this town? Can I not?
Yeah. How are people about wearing masks in the UK?
Well, I could tell you, Jim, because we've got a 5 and a 7-year-old in our family. Me and the wife realised the importance of wearing them, and we wear them whenever we go in shops. We don't wear them outside because we've looked at the risks of outside. But the 7-year-old, it just hates wearing the mask. The 5-year-old's back at school, but the 7-year-old isn't. So we've been shopping, things like that, and the 7-year-old just despises it. But of course, you then have to explain, look, you know, she's got elderly grandparents that are obviously at risk, and it's not particular. And of course, you don't know if she's a carrier, etc. So you have to put all these into perspective and say, look, we've got to do what we've got to do. We can't rule it out 100%. We've got to do what we can do to protect it.
Yes. But when you go outside, do you see people wearing masks? Everyone, or half of them? No?
Very few. Very few.
Interesting.
We're very arrogant in the UK. It's the old "it won't affect us" scenario.
Yeah.
Now, hopefully, it doesn't. What's the point of risking that if it's just a mask? If it's indoor movements at the moment where masks are said. So what's the risk of point? What's the point of risking it? Is the question that I ask.
Yes.
But yeah, you know, we have to say that. So we'll wait and see what happens from Saturday onwards. Hopefully, it's hopefully the ease of the lockdown can stay, but people respect what they've said. And if people respect, it's not the rules, it's the people. The worry is.
It's always the case.
It is, Jim. It is, because you know you can say what you want. You can all sit in a pub, but of course, when if you get a few ales down them, distancing suddenly becomes a problem. Then they can't even tell what 1 meter is, and then mine 2. So that's the worries we have. So it's an interesting few weeks in the UK. I'll continue to perhaps go to the farm shop and get a proper ale, not the watered down ale in the pubs. Get a proper ale and enjoy it at home.
Yeah, so. And it's cheaper too. It's less expensive than at the pubs.
Yeah, and there's more substance to it as well. It's not quite watered down.
Yeah, win-win.
Yeah.
One of the things somebody shared with me that they've been going out to restaurants lately that opened up, but they said that the restaurants are totally different. You know, it used to be they were crammed in and you could barely, you know, the waitresses and staff could barely squeeze between the chairs. And she said everything's separated now. And it's very pleasant dining. Like, it's not overbearing. Nobody's like bumping into people. The wait lines, you know, you call and get your reservation before you go, right? And so she said it's very pleasant. The meals come very quick. The staff is very friendly because they don't have a lot of people to speak with. So, but she said, you know, it's all PPE. You know, they're all wearing their shields. All of the, you know, silverware and everything comes in a plastic container so that it wasn't contaminated on the way to the table. So, you know, they wipe everything down really, really well. So, you know, which you had hoped was happening before, but it is definitely, you know, a habit now. So she's telling me that the dining experiences are a lot nicer. I don't know. I haven't gone out, and I don't even think there are any restaurants opened around here. This is in another part of North Carolina, but I don't think there's anything open yet. So,
and that's the problem you've got, Kimberly, is that it's a risk if people are willing to take the risk, and you're getting now into you're getting deeper and deeper into the health versus wealth, you know, the health versus wealth issue. But of course, if you don't have your health, you can't create wealth.
That you
So-
can't. You can't. So there, there, as we go into this COVID situation, the findings are that it can be permanently damaged to the lungs. So why put yourself at risk at this point? I still believe in early detection. I wish that they would beef up and ramp up the testing. They do have free testing now in Raleigh, but you wait 2 hours to get tested. But I still believe in our early testing. We had a young lady on our show the other day that has a test kit. It's the PRC that gives the results in 24 hours. I think that those kits should be sent out to everyone to do daily routine. Do it and drop it in the mail and get the results in 24 to 48 hours. And we can early treat and early isolate. I think that's the way that this is going to have to happen. But I agree with you. You can recreate wealth, not health.
Yeah. And in the UK, it's been announced that all schools will be back in September full time, and they're going to create bubbles. They've created bubbles already, and it's a maximum 15 in the class at the moment. So that's why the 5-year-old's back and the 7-year-old isn't. But from September, they're getting back to full classes, but that class will be a bubble. So,
Wow.
But of course, 5, 6, 6 and 8 they'll be by then. We're not sitting here in trepidation of that. But I've then got a 14-year-old son that I think is perhaps in that category where it's like, yes, okay, still a child, but he's starting to get into the category of being an adult. So there is that. But I mean, he's starting to go back of a Tuesday morning over the next few weeks to ease him back into school. But the problem is, you can't say to anybody, the school are going to enforce the attendance, and there will be fines. I can't see how you can say to anybody, you're handling it well, or you're handling it poorly, or you shouldn't be doing this, you shouldn't be doing that. Each individual is different. And now I do feel a fool, because here's the scholar himself who's going to absolutely tell us all everything about the medical world, because he's superb. Hi, Sharif, how are you?
Hi, Sheriff.
I'm fine. Thank you.
He's taken off the scholar bit off his name, hasn't he? He's trying to
Yeah. Go ahead.
So that's September. It will be the next controversial point when the schools go back full time. No doubt about that. Because it's okay the kids being there. Obviously, the teachers still got a social distance, but there's playgrounds when you drop your kids off, and the adults will be in there and things like that. And like anything, I mean, I've seen it now, and even though there's only a few back at school, some of the adults just don't care. They're mixing with friends, etc. And you look at them and you think, you think you can do it because you haven't got it. I mean, my brother's had the virus. He's a key worker. He's a key worker at Asda, and he had it, and he lives on his own. He can't live with his current partner because one of his partner's sons has got severe asthma, and so he was on his own. And until you get that first text of a morning, it was horrible because you just don't know. So I have been affected by it in that way.
Wow. So how is he doing?
He's fine now. Yeah, he's a stubborn old soul, like we seem to be. And he's back at Asda and things like that. I think he had a week, took these 14 days off, and he was back. And he seems to, thank God, have had a mild case. But I mean, even the mild cases aren't nice. He'd lost a stone. He wasn't out of bed for a whole week. And that's considered a mild case. So
Yeah.
people have got to see this and just protect yourself. It's not difficult. There's never another you.
This is what I tell people. We've learned to live with other viruses we've never found cures for, like HIV, Ebola. And the thing is, we've learned the proper way to deal with them. But even in 1918, when we were dealing with the flu that killed over estimated 50 million people wore masks. I got photos of it, right? The barber was wearing masks. The street sweepers were wearing masks. Everybody was wearing masks. When HIV came about and they said, you know what? If you just wear, excuse me, guys, but if you just wear a condom, right? Protection, just wear, why not? And so people found the solutions and they follow them. The smart people do, right? and then you get it under control. Whatever the problem is, you get it under control. But what is wearing a mask hurt? What is wearing a mask hurt? You know.
But Kim, I think the best what we can discuss is what are the learnings from past 3 months around the world, and what we can do and how we can protect or how we can prevent ourselves if something would happen in future like this, whatever happening right now. And also, I would also like to understand that how we can protect our neighborhood and family, or if you get a chance to retweak something which you can do in March or January or maybe February in your own country. Because of some reasons we wouldn't do it. So what could be those steps which we have been taken earlier, and that could change the whole scenario? So these are some of the tasks and understanding which we need to make sure, and we should write a lot of books about this pandemic, because so that we can share the best of the knowledge, and that's how we can. That's how we can protect and make sure that humanity is still alive.
And I think that the doctors that we've had on our show have been very enlightening, because from day one they talked about build your immunity. That's the most important. And you know what? That's important for anything. Anything. Build your immunity and your health, right? Protect your family. And, you know, Sasha's been very good about, you know, make sure that you're financially fit, invest your money. He's got the moderate investing skill set that he shares and the aggressive. But we've all talked about these things, keeping our attitude up, right? And we've just experienced a story this morning where, you know, the depression can set in if you're all alone. Like your brother was all alone as well. And that had to have been very hard on you, not being able to help him. So these are things that we need to look at.
I've just issued a podcast out today, actually, a new podcast from I did an interview yesterday with a 72-year-old. It's one of these Toastmasters that goes to weddings and holds it all together. 8 years ago, 2002, he was diagnosed with cancer, and he went through all the procedures and he got over it. But he studied it, and he studied that sugar was really bad, and you know your body changed into an acidic state and things like that, and cut things out. Anyway, he was going back for his 10-year for his checks, and he while he was doing his cancer, he then said, the doctor said, "You haven't got a heartbeat." He said, "What?" He said, "I'm sat here. He hasn't got a heartbeat." Listen to his heart. He hasn't got a heartbeat. Anyway, so he got all through this in the early 2000s, and then 2012, he went back to the doctor, and the doctor says, "You've got cancer again. You've got 2 years to live." That was 8 years ago, and I interviewed him yesterday, and he just says, "You've got to do what you are told. If 4 or 5 experts are telling you to do it, do it. Don't question it. Do it. Don't go and look for a reason not to." He says, same as all this about your 5 fruit and veg a day. It's now, because of what we don't get in our food, the minerals and vitamins, it's now 10 to 15 a day. But he says, just go and do it. Just go and study it, and go and study the right way to do it.
Go ahead.
And it's similar to what you're saying. It's similar to COVID. People think they can beat COVID in their own way. You can't. Just go and do what you've been told to do.
It's just, you know, I want to wait until they have better treatments, and I don't want to go. And who's to say I haven't already been infected? Because I got very sick during shutdown, very, very sick. But I refused to even go to the doctor to get tested. And I had some medications at home that I could take, so I just kind of
hotspots.
treated.
Visiting the doctor is a hotspot to get tested.
You know, I decided to if it got bad enough and I was losing oxygen, which Nick says that's too late. I decided, you know, I'll go when it's really bad. But the fatigue set in. I've been very, very tired, and I've been working on rebuilding my body and getting the fatigue gone. I've learned a lot from the doctors, but it's like you said, why not listen to the doctors? I mean, they're the ones that are out there struggling to keep us alive. It's, you know, it's just not right to.
But Kimberly, that's not what Rand Paul said. Yes, I read something yesterday that he said that, you know, why should we expect the experts to know the answers?
I know, I saw that.
Senator. This is a senator.
You know, if what we should have done, we had a pandemic team. We should have just hired them back. What do
you think? I mean, should we nominate one of our medical directors, a doctor of the country, in individual country, and create a team out of it, because right now the pandemic team who operates in India and US are the top leaders basically, apart from a lot of other countries, and those leaders are political leaders. They understand the economic, finance, and politics, but they don't understand medical outcomes.
Right. I mean,
If we
again,
can nominate as a people, if we can nominate a person from each and every country and create a team out of it, would that help a lot?
I think eventually we're going to have to take matters into our own hands, and I know Sharif has a thing, but I want everyone to watch the movie 93 Days. This is homework. I want everyone to watch it because it is a true story, and it's 2 hours out of your time, not even that. And it's a beautiful story. The link is on IBM TV. It's free, but it's about when Ebola hit Nigeria, or Lagos, and it could have just spread like wildfire, but these people set aside all the political fights. This guy was throwing his political weight around. I'm going to have people fired. I'm going to. He was sick and dying, and he wasn't listening. But Ebola has got a 90% fatality rate, right, or more, or higher, and reverse that rate. And because they brought in a pandemic team, they brought in a doctor from Virginia, and he went in and stabilized everything, and they stopped it before it went past 18 people. It's a true story. And why we are letting politics drive this scenario is beyond my mindset, because all it takes is a good set of doctors, just like Ben was saying, listen to the doctors. And I think a good set of doctors would nip this in the bud.
Well, Sharif, you had your hand up.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I got my box.
No, that's all right.
Okay. I just want to share one specific informations. What actually Ankit discussing about some of the politicians, the leadings, the teams, and they are trying to give them advice and many more things, and they are not expert at all. 3 things I think we need to focus for solving these things. What I'm learning from Malaysia, number 1, we need a good policy. In anyhow, the health policy, how this pandemic situation we want to handle, first thing first, we need a good policy. Like it's a emergency policy, like strategic, how this emergency situation, governments or the whole country or whole state, how they save themselves and what the strategic things they can take and they can solve. Okay, this is the political decision, but I believe that you need a very good administrators. Administrators means professional administrator. Here in Malaysia, I want to like already I've informed about Dr. Hisham. Okay, Dr. Hisham is the deputy general for health, and he has a very good team. He is not a political background. He is a very good doctor, so he understands the situations. So he take the running whole of the administrator, how their healthcare system work, even as well as the food, the transportation, SOP, all of the industry, how it runs, how the whole ecosystem will run. He take the initiatives, and government give him freedom. Like, okay, you decide what to do, what not to do. So every day he come to the front, he come to the media, and he said, this is the present condition, this is the strategy we are taking. And third thing, people from the specific country, let's say we are, this is very, very, very bad actually. What can I say that when people think I need freedom of speech, I need my freedom, but it does not mean you can hamper other people's right. You cannot create problem for other people. I am individual people. This is okay. But now is a crisis moment. I cannot go without wearing mask. I cannot create problem for other people. I cannot manage any kind of problems or anything. So what can I do individually? I can take initiative. And now actually micro financing and micro initiative is very important. Let's say before 1 year before, I do not know who lives in condominium, but I need to, now I have to understand what's going on in between my 10,000 community, and I have to take initiative. I have to do work together. I have to finish important things. So I believe these 3 initiatives. Number 1, policy is important, but definitely government has to take the policy. Number 2, professional people has to handle. It's not politician. I do not want to specifically mention the things, but you can see those who are not performing well, this country's politician taking all of the decision. Politician always come to the public. Politician come to the media, and they create a lot of chaos, lot of problem. And number 3, local community need too much of awareness program, awareness things. IBM TV can create a lot of awareness, and I want to appreciate how they arranging their program and other things. I think there are many motivational aspects, information aspects. This is the way actually we can do. I think these 3 things is very important. I don't know if maybe applicable in USA, applicable in Europe, but in Malaysia and Asia Pacific, I think those who are very successful, they are making this strategy.
No, I think that you're right. We need to make policies, and the countries that had pandemic policies in place are the countries that survived. Yes, Ben, you got something.
I'll tell you why none of that has happened in one word, Sharif. Commercialization. I think you accept people are making money out of it, and I'm afraid that no matter how cold in the cold light of day you look at it, there's too much money around, and there's too many profits to be made from things like governments, etc. And that is why people are not looking at it coldly and then coming up with the answers that you can quite easily see from what you just said, sir. Hats off to you, because most sensible people can see what you're saying. But mate, but Sharif, it's all about commercialization. We know that.
No, go ahead. Yes. Go ahead, Sharif. Yes. Commercialization is okay. Every aspect we can find out the business, or we can give them better services, and we make money. No problem. This is not a problem. But problem is that when, let's say, when we see, like example for mask, you are taking too much of money. This is policy. This is the policy role. Let's say Malaysian government, you cannot increase the price. This is the price. You cannot increase food price. This is the price. Even Prime Minister, I see that he goes to different shopping mall for managing the price and everything. So this is the government role. Government has to control the way, and they have to think about the people. So commercialization is not bad. People will make money. They find out solutions, better solutions, and they're making business. This is not bad. But government has to control these things. That is the policy I say. The first part is policy. That if we have an effective policy.
But why will the government control pricing when the more you charge, the more taxes it charges? It's not going to. It's not because the government can make more money. The more money you make, the more money the government makes. That's the problem you've got.
Right.
Yeah. This is one of the aspect. But you do not think that it's create an economical imbalance? Let's say example in Malaysia, why they're controlling very well. First thing first, everything, food actually government give huge subsidy. So if they do not give subsidy, so how this time, let's say South Asia, I know a few of the countries, their price level goes very, very up. So much people, they cannot even buy products. Much people, they are in trouble. Even I know some of the patients, they have to go to intensive care unit, but their charges is so high, that's why they cannot go to intensive care unit. Even many people, they lose their lives. Even though I give you very specific information, I know one of the company, we are talking about $1 billion business, this, that, many things. This man, how many, I do not want to mention the name, but example, they have 14 financial institution. But in COVID-19, the owner of this 14 bank, he died. I'm sorry, he died, the owner of this 14 bank. Because if in his lifetime he make 14 bank and he make so much of money, but if he make a hospital for the people, an international hospital, global standard hospital, maybe he can save his life.
I'm not disagreeing with anything you say, but it's okay. Us six agreeing with you. But it's governments are there to make money so they can spend it on what they want, they don't always make said event to improve the country. I mean, I don't know about any other country, but in the UK we have massive problems with potholes. We have massive problem with the drainage system, and all they do is they do the old temporary repairs.
Yeah.
Because it's money. It's all about the money. It's all about the finance. Sharif, I totally agree with you. So you're talking to the converted, but unfortunately, we're not in power.
No, this is okay, but much people valuable discussion matter. Let's say, okay, in a small discussions, we are developing something, but definitely we will go for micro level, and then we go for macro level, step by step. So it's not a matter actually, like a step by step, like three people become 10 people, 10 people become 100 people, 100 people become 1,000 people. So it's not a matter. Like if we have a good intention and good people work together, so this is powerful. This is powerful.
But you're right.
I have a question, Sharif.
But power of the people. Sorry?
Yeah, go ahead.
But power of the people, Sharif, if you think about all the recent protests, they're now dying down. Governments will sit there for weeks about whatever cause you're protesting at. They'll sit there for weeks, let them go on, knowing that in a few weeks, nothing would have changed.
Yes.
That's the problem with the protest. It's an uprising, but nothing ever follows through. And they know this. And a lot of times I think they instigate it a little bit and cause it to get a little bit worse than what it should. And then they know it's going to die down and nothing will come out of it. So
but I have a question for, I just have a question for Sharif. Sharif, we discussed about good policies and things like that. But do we have a policy where we do an audit, or maybe we check the accountability or success rate of those policies? Because we measure everyone with the rate of investment or success rate, or whether the policy is working or we are ready to optimize it. But are we doing some kind of accountability for those politicians to run those policies for us?
Okay, one important thing is my understanding, like example, who are politicians like you and me.
Yeah.
They are also like you and me. They are not exceptional, like they are coming from one of the other things. But what I understand from my individual experience, like when we have a like specific positive idea and policy and discussion, you can create impact. You can go to him, you can politely discuss with him. Yes, it's a difficult, but you can try, and they understand. Most of the cases I discuss with many of the political organizations and the political peoples, I find they're like you and me. They are not exceptional. They also take good things. They also want to do many good things. Yes, there are many business pressures, backdoor pressures, many lobby, many things. But you do your job, definitely it works. I just want to give you one of the specific information. Like in my student time, when I was undergraduate student, we do lot of engagement with the debating and this kind of things. So suddenly in my country, there are army people come and they took over the power. Okay, so that time debating is a small community, very small community, because political party has millions of people. Debating is a small group of people in different universities, and they taking the initiative. But example, when the DUDS, Dhaka University Debating Society, they suddenly call that there are something wrong happening in Dhaka University students with that, and police come and they do all of the wrong things. So we are small people. We go and we protect it. We protect it. We said, no, this is not the right way. You cannot torture students. You cannot do problem with the students. And then it's become huge movement. And government has to move from their decisions, and government quit from these positions, and we do our best job. Do not afraid of doing good things. If you afraid, then it's a problem. But I'm sure every government has good people, every country. Even I have even few experience. I engage with even Westminster English.
I understand that.
So when you have a good
it's about
people,
balancing the economic impacts of a national government. But again, you know that there might be 95 good people, but if there is 5% bad people, that ruins that system as well. That happens everywhere around the world, basically.
Yes. But issue that is we need unity. We need unity. We are good people. If we believe that we are good people, we need unity. We should not go just afraid of this 5% of the people. And I believe in my own personal life, I always find that when the good people come together, good people's strength always is better than any bad people, any who is financially powerful, who is very strong, whatever it is, it's not matter. If you have good intention, public understand you. That okay, IBM TV has good intention, audience will understand. Oh, this is good televisions. They have a good intention. They are very informative. They're giving open opportunity to the people. Let's watch these televisions. Ultimately, good things happen. So you do not worry about how small.
Go ahead,
There's
Ben.
one more thing before Ben can comment. What do you, what do you think? Should we start continuing the subsidy process? What we do, especially in South Asia, I'm not sure about the world, or we should empower people to make sure that they should earn and get that whatever thing they want, basically. Because subsidy means that you are not empowering that person to get things, and you are making them to buy at a cheaper price because they are special economic people with a low economic background. But if we empower them, maybe they can buy anything after a point of time. So I just wanted to understand, it's an open platform for all the panelists.
This is actually very good question and very interesting topic. But one word I cannot complete, but I need some small explanation. Let's say subsidy, it's depend. I want to go for practical experience. Let's say I'm for the subsidiaries issues, I want to move with the women entrepreneurship, woman empowerment, and this kind of things. Even in South Asia, let's say Bangladesh. In Bangladesh, you find our prime minister woman, our education minister woman, our speaker of the parliament woman, our opposition leader woman. Okay, even many important positions women actually working. Even Bangladesh has very small economy, many problem, many issues, many challenging things, but still our prime minister almost 14 years 13-14 years she is a woman. So how it comes, issue is that last 20 years and 30 years women empowerment highly subsidized, women education highly subsidized, like women contributions highly subsidized. This is true, you cannot ignore for the time being. Even now education result, let's say O levels and A level result come, women doing better result. In office I handle like around when I was in Bangladesh, I handle around 50,000 people. So let's say United Group. So that time I saw that women performance in the corporate sector is very well. So for the time being, even let's say 10 years or 20 years time, you have to support them for education, support them for financially solvency, support them for getting empowered them. Then you can create a balancing situations for man and woman. Then you judge. Then you say, okay, now it's open competition. You go and you do it. But example, this kind of situations you cannot ignore. That time you support. Let's say in COVID-19 situations. COVID-19 situation, many small medium enterprise, they lose their job, they lose their business. Many like example industry, manufacturing industry, people are losing. So in that situations, you have to Malaysia give the subsidy. There is no way, there is no chance. That is the point I say policy. First I say policy. Government has to take the initiative, because government getting money from taxes, government getting money from all of the benefit they're getting. So this is the time they have to prove we are with people. So without this subsidy, like example, a small medium enterprise, maybe they have 500 people, so they cannot give them salary. So if government give them salary, you cannot avoid it, you have to respect it, because for the time being, maybe 6 months or 1 year, he gives them support, then he again the open economy come and he perform properly, or his organization or her organization perform properly. So subsidy policy is a very important. You cannot deny this policy, and policy need contribution from the much people. What's your idea? What's Kimberly idea? Or what's the other people idea? We have to know. If we think so, it's aristocrat group of people only do it, educated group of people will do, it's only this. No, there is a farmer, there is a small medium enterprise, there is a banker, there is a education institution, there is a student. Everybody has to do some scientific contributions, that this is the better for education, this is the better for healthcare, this is the better for our manufacturing industry. Then government and understand what's the vibe, and I think that is the way we can create better policy, and this is very important, I believe, really important.
Sharif, I hear the passion in your voice and I hear women roar every day in my life. And I must ask Ben what he. I have one question for you, Ben, and then I want you to tell us what you were raising your hand about. You say Moogie's Media, and Moogie's, to a Yank, it means barbecue. So what does it mean in the UK?
Okay, yeah. So we've got a daughter called Megan, and we call her Megan Moo, and we've got a daughter called Georgie. So that was the best way we could put our daughters' names together. So it's a family connection, Mooges. And I did some research before, and I could not find any Google links to anything else called Mooges in the UK. So that was why Tim. That's the story behind the company name. But just going back to what Sharif just said, I've got 2 points really, Sharif. We have to be very careful with tokenism, because we sometimes we want. So, for example, the UK has had two women prime ministers. Both made lasting impressions. One for being stern but good, and one for being quite weak in the decision making and couldn't force anything through Parliament. And they were both Conservatives. We've now got Labour, who locally have said the candidate for the Parliament must be female in that area, and yet they've never had a female. They've never had a female leader. And what it caused in December, it wasn't the reason why they lost the election, but in December, it caused weak candidates to be up and running against good candidates. And no matter what it is, always the strongest candidates will come out. That, to me, weakens the argument a lot more than the talent issue, because it's then, well, that lady didn't do this or that female didn't do that. And that's not that lady's fault. She's done the best as what she can do to her strengths. I mean, we have actually got a female candidate. We had 2 female candidates against each other, and of course, the stronger one won. But Conservatives have never considered to have a female issue within the party, whereas Labour have. And it's because they're not going for the best people. So I have a major issue with, and it's the same with race, it's the same with things like that. We have to get the best people. The biggest problem for me in the whole world is that some of the best people are from the BAME, the community. Some of the best people are female, but they're not getting to the top because we are pushing people who aren't good enough. And this is the biggest issue that we've got. So everything you've said, you are correct, but we have to be careful that we put people in the right place for the right reasons and not for tokenism. I mean, we've got a great presenter on IBM TV here today, Kimberly. Kimberly's there because she's brilliant at what she does. I've been on a UK podcast called Back in Business with a presenter called Liz Barkley. Liz hosts the podcast because she's really good at it. She's not there because she's female. She's there because she's good at it. I mean, the different races on this just on today is amazing. You're all on it because you can talk, you can hold a conversation, and you're good at it. That's the difference from what you've just said. So we have to be very careful, and that emanates from politics. And that is the problem we have in the UK. And the second point I had for yourself from what you just said is that you're right about resilience, but I tell you what, let's talk again in 15 years and see how many of the kids who are going through this pandemic are resilient, and what kids we will bring up then, because they will be resilient and they'll be far more talented, and it's good they'll be far more talented than any of us because they've been through this.
Yeah,
I think
I completely agree with
If I can step in and say, I agree with what Ben said about tokenism, because we have a lot of that here in the United States. But here's another issue that we have, which maybe, Sharif, you don't have in Malaysia. And that is when somebody runs for Congress here, and they're extremely capable, they have a great agenda, the public loves their agenda, but when they finally are elected, they go into Congress, and the people in Congress say, we don't like that agenda. We are going to put them in a very unimportant committee. We're going to basically just put them down. The public won't hear what they have to say once they're in Congress. And oftentimes what happens is that those people end up changing where they came from, because the only way they can get heard is to toe the party line, whichever the party is. And it happens on both sides here in the United States. because Congress is one big club. I mean, Sharif, you talked about the fact that people have the wonderful agendas and everybody listens to them. But the way we operate in the United States right now is our Congress is not that way. Our Congress is all about power. It's all about retaining their power, and it's all about putting people down who come in and want to change the Congress. Maybe I'm standing on a pedestal talking about something that a lot of people don't necessarily agree with, but that's my observation, and I've been around. I've been able to vote for well over 50 years, so I've been seeing it for that length of time. It's very difficult. I wish the idealism that the protesters are trying to express, I wish we would adopt that. But I'm very reticent in terms of my thought that it's going to happen, because Congress is the way it is, and it's very hard to change them. And I think Kimberly probably agrees with me wholeheartedly, and so does Jim.
Term limits.
Again, when we're talking about wanting to do things globally, it's going to have to take a unified group of people globally that are very smart to achieve these goals, because you have the individual government systems and they all operate as different as each individual government system does in the United States. And again, I agree with you, Lynn, and wholeheartedly that every congressperson that's gone up and with all of these great and wonderful things in their heart to do great and wonderful things for the people have to compromise every conviction they've ever had to get an agenda pushed, or they've been pushed out. So, I've seen a lot of corruption happen to a lot of good people because they just will do anything necessary to try to get things pushed through. And sometimes by doing that, they hurt other people, probably not meaning to. But I've read so many laws. It's sickening to me. First thing I would do if I took over, I would say now every law had to be by one title. You couldn't change anything in there. It had to fit that title. No other stuff, just one thing. And it could not be written longer than the Constitution. Because I'm sorry, anything that's written longer than the Constitution has a lot of BS in it, trying to get by with a lot of BS. So that would be the first thing I do, because all of these laws that go out there, every one of the bills this year have had so much different things added to them, it didn't even match the bill. I reviewed bills 2 or 3 years ago, and when you read the top line of the bill, go, oh, that sounds great, and everybody's supporting it and in there it was prejudiced against gays, it was prejudiced against poor people, it capped the minimum wage,
poison pills.
Right, it told employers that they could fire people because of their gender choice. So it was all of this crap put in there, and they pushed it through because of the title. So we've got a very corrupt system. I don't know what it's like in other countries. I have enough problems just in my own state. I don't even know what it's like for my whole country anymore, because my own state is like this. So,
Term limits.
Term limits.
It never happened. It will never happen.
It's not.
Tim, we have been discussing about what's happening in US and UK and Malaysia, India, and it's time to talk about Jamaica.
Right.
And we have Nicole with us.
I want to add one more thing. Though. Instead of tearing down the monuments that we have and destroying the history, let's rebuild our future. Let's stop wasting time going, oh, bad, and tearing this down. Let's rewrite bills and make things right for people. That's what I want to see happen.
That statue's not going to change anything now, is it? That statue's not going to do anything to you. It's just a statue.
It's just a statue. Why are we wasting all of our money and time destroying things or rebuilding? Just move forward and write new bills. Get new people in office.
For that, Kim, we need people like Sharif to join politics and understand the economics of politics and make sure that we have good policies around the world.
What a waste of a scholar that'd be. He's too clever to go to politics.
Right. One important thing I just want to share. Like example, I told you, yes, I am from political background. My family has this kind of background. But if you see my profession and other things, let's say in my country, those who are son of freedom fighters, if I'm a son of freedom fighters, so I get maximum support from the government. That I'm getting my job from government, this, that, many things. Believe me, we are two brothers, me and my elder brothers, but we do not take any special benefit as a freedom fighter son. You can check my background, you can do a LinkedIn research, you can find. I do not do government job. This is first one. Second things, even though when I go to governments, I find that they are not accepting me because I do not go with my father's name. I go Norman, Rana, Mr. Sharif. So when I go, government do not accepting me. This is fact. What you are talking, the same problem I face. I go with a very good idea and projects and everything. They said, I do not want to do it. I denied. But one thing I always believe that small is beautiful. Small is beautiful. Like E.F. Schumacher, he has a book like Small is Beautiful. Yeah. Economically, always small things is always beautiful. So what I did that time, I think, okay, I need to change myself. I have to learn from the best platform. I go Europe, I come Asia Pacific, I learn, I finish my degree and study. Then again, I go to government. Government start listening to me. Okay, let's start listening from this guy. What is want to do? Okay, even it's not 100% successful, but I think if I want to change something good and I want to do something positive things, we start small good things. If you see Youth Policy Forum, okay, like example, it's a very good idea and very effective. Like example, a different policy discussion, different debating competition, different discussions, scientific discussion issues. So when we do this kind of interesting things and we invite government, we do not say that, okay, government cannot allow. I said, okay, you are minister, you are a planning minister, join with us. So plan minister sit and they observe and they decide, oh, this is a good idea, brilliant idea. Now government ask, okay, for the green technology, what I can do? For smart city, what I can do? I want to create 100 years of plan. How you can contribute? If you have a passion, you have to put all of the energy. I'm also failing many times, but I never.
That's a thing that we need to focus on moving forward. I think that's a good unified podcast that we can actually do. And Ben, I think you've really throwing in some good things that we need to consider in moving forward as well, because it's not all that easy to do because we're dealing with so many different political aspects. We have just real quick, I want to, we've got our guest from Jamaica, if she can wait a minute too. We've also got a guest cast from a new movie that's being launched this weekend, July 4th. Henny Morales is the author of the book and the producer, director of the movie. Henny, welcome.
Hey, thank you very much for having me, Kimberly. I've got Mike and Michelle on here also. They're just going to just bring it all home for you guys today. It's a wonderful day, and thank you for having me on.
Well, thank you. I mean, Henny is our usual guest host on Tuesday, but I was real excited about your movie coming out 4th of July weekend, Saturday. So, but talk a little bit about the movie. I got to watch your movie last night, but talk about what's coming up Saturday, how people can get a ticket to go and watch it, but also introduce your cast here.
And also, I see Len is on. How you doing, Len? You know what? I'm more interested in your opinion of the movie than my opinion.
Okay. Please don't take this short. So I rarely do I get a chance to watch a movie. Okay. And I'm real tired by that hour of night, but I get real excited about your talk show. But it was a long day and I kept going, I need to go to bed. but I couldn't go. I stayed up and watched the whole thing because I was texting Corey. I am so sorry. I don't think I'm going to make it. And can I borrow the movie and watch the rest later? And I kept texting her, and I just stayed up through the whole thing. I loved it. It was very sweet. I'm not going to say sweet. It was intense. It was raw. Okay, I'm going to say it's raw because you don't think about these things happening in a teen life, and it was very raw. I loved Jeff. Jeff was just fabulous cop. So, the narrative was awesome. So, but share with. I just want to know, what does it feel like to see your work up on big screen finally? I got to know, what does it feel like?
Well, it's very it's a combination of eclectic and spiritual and how should I say, you're feeling the energy from the universe like pour through you. I can't describe it any other way. It's really fantastic. And the biggest joy for me is how well these actors do and how they're embracing their characters. And when you work with young people, and some of the people that I work with are still teenagers, and in this film we had some teenagers and we had some 20-somethings. I still call them kids because they're just getting organized with themselves and their lives, and to have them take the role so seriously and then like get into it like so intensely. And I know that's what actors do. I understand that. But when you're the writer, and also either it's either myself or my friends live through these experiences. And when I see it happening on screen, I really appreciate the actors who are making it happen. They're just so talented. And, I expect a lot from these kids. My niece who played Suzanne, she was only 16 when she did that role. Wow. She's 19 now and in college. She was the one driving the white Corvette, and she's the one who she's very emotional, and she lets her emotions kind of come out. She's trying to be in control, but she's not. She says, "I'm not jealous," but she's very jealous. She says, "I'm not. I don't mean any harm to anyone, but really I do." Right? So she's up and down, and the real person, that's how she is. And to take that character. And to have somebody who is my little niece that I took care of when she was a baby and doesn't even really act. She's never acted before, and to put her in that situation and then have her really bring it, to me, that's like the most satisfaction, is having that happen. And then you have a veteran actor, Mike Manning, who's been in 30 movies and has just won his first Emmy. And he's also in the film. So you have somebody who's never acted, who's a close family member, and then you have somebody who's a veteran actor, and they're both making magic happen by bringing the story out. So I appreciate your comments, and it really is a very satisfying experience, and I would love for the up and coming or the new filmmakers that are out there watching, to really glean from that, have that experience and be able to, relate on some level.
Yeah, and I think you do a fabulous job as a director, being able to coordinate a very new person in acting versus a very veteran. That's got to be hard sometimes for a veteran to go, wow, I'm working with someone new, but you seem to manage the people really well.
Now, and again, it's what when you cast for these films, and again, now I'm like an established filmmaker. I've got multiple films, Kimberly, that I've produced and written, now directed. So you get to a point where you feel like you know what you're doing. But what was most interesting about last night, all these stories come back to you because I don't see people for a while and I forget. I hadn't seen Mike for at least 6 months, and we hadn't talked for a while. Mike Manning, who's our star in Rebelistic. And he actually and I didn't want to direct the first movie because I said, I don't know what I'm doing. I'll mess this thing up completely and thoroughly. and colossally, right? I'm not going to direct this at all, right? And so when we were in California, we had Andy Rivera, whom you met out here. Actually, no, you didn't meet Andy. He was non-Desanova. Andy is a great director, but Andy was in California, and we didn't really have the budget to bring him to New Jersey with us. And we were only going to film the kids at the high school. There wasn't any real dialogue, but we needed Mike there. So Mike flew out, and then Mike is with like my niece and my daughter and all these high school kids, like daughters and sons of the producers, right? Friends of mine, and they're standing around, and we had this great shooter who Will. Will Boone. I got to give him more props. I really haven't. Will's a TV shooter, photographer. He works with CBS and NBC in the city, right? And he shot it for us and did just a fantastic job. And everybody's waiting, like everyone's ready and waiting and looking around at each other. I'm like, what the hell are you guys waiting for? They're like, well, we're waiting for you to call action. Waiting for somebody. Well, the director, how does that happen? Right?
You gotta call action sometime.
Somebody's got to call action. And then Mike, he was so helpful. And when you cast these people, and Mike had read the book and wanted to, he was not up for a role in the movie. He was on as a producer, planning, and he was connecting me to some people that he knew. He knew, he has actors and he had producers and distribution people that he was introducing us to. And then when we decided to do the short, I asked him, I said, hey, would you play Spencer? And, he said, yeah, immediately. And I knew what I had. I knew we had somebody who was, very humble and very willing to he wanted to tell the story. He was like passionate about, we got to tell this story. And he was on the producer side. So it was very easy to bring him in. And he basically walked me through. He was the one who helped me hire the first director, Andy Rivera, hired the second director. I didn't know about the cameras. I didn't know about the editing. I didn't know about any of it, right? I said, just what do I do? And he said, well, do this, this, and this. Here's where you put the ads. Here's how you interview people. And he basically taught me how to do it. And it all came back to me, later on. So for Mike to be in there with amateur actors and veteran actors alike, he was great with everything. And because he was part of the coaching process, but at the same time, he had a confidence that we wanted to create something great and that we were going to make it really great. And I was talking to my editor, assistant editor, one of the assistant editors. She's goes to college at over here. She's a whiz. Mike Shell here hired her, and through the internship program at the college, Chapman, and she was seeing this process, how meticulous we are with the edit. And I said, if you make it great, you're really helping these actors because you're making them look good. If you help them look good, they're happy. If they're happy, you're happy, and everybody wins. That's why you do everything that you can. And he just had kind of a faith that it would all go well. I don't know where it came from with him, but he had a confidence that it would work out. He talked about it last night. Like, I was asking him to do things that were very different from what he's normally used to doing, because I saw it how this would play out on a musical level. And that was for me and Drew, from Drew and I, brainstorming and strategizing way before. So Drew and I had an idea of how to do this short film, which was Romancery, how to do it with music, and how to really make something like a work of art, almost something different, something unique, where some people will look at it and say, I don't get it. Some people will look at it and say, man, this is like the best thing ever. And that was kind of the idea. And Mike just went along with the plan with that confidence. And then once he saw it, he had it all made sense. And Mike is very straightforward. He's nice, but he's very straightforward. If he doesn't like something, he'll tell you. And that's how you have to be. And he's a professional. So for him to be like that forthright and telling me how much he loved it. And this is somebody who's winning awards now, in filmmaking and also acting.
He just won the award.
He won the Emmy. Mike just won an Emmy for his TV show as a producer and an actor. So as both. So I know it's a long answer to a short question, but these actors are, it's in the casting. It's like when you run a company, it's in the hiring. It's in the hiring of the people. It's not in, and when we build our tribe, we only let certain people in and then say, how do you have all these wonderful people? And I'm going to have Mike and we should ask a couple questions to Mike and Michelle, please, because I want to get their output, their input also. But when you have all these great people, everyone in our tribe is the same in that they're all like amazing, fantastic people. And you say, well, how do you do this? Like, how are all these people so wonderful and great? Well, because that's kind of the process of bringing people in, and you bring them in little by little, and you test and you see, and then eventually your inner circle becomes this amazing group. And you're the same way, I know, because you have great people around you, and all the people that have come on that I've met through your show, Ankit and also
Sherry.
Everyone that is, I can't see the screen, it's too small. But Ken, I'd like Michelle and Mike to say, can you ask them a question? I'd like to.
Yeah, so, I mean, and I don't want to interrupt you because I just love listening to you talk about all of this because you're just so, you're at this highlight point. But Michelle, I mean, you've been part of this team for a while. Share with us a little bit about all of this. I was trying to pull up the Vimeo that you sent me and it won't open. But share with us your experience and how you got involved.
Who are you talking to, Michelle or Mike?
Go ahead, Michelle.
Oh, Michelle. Okay, sorry. We're trying to get the link and it's working. I'm sorry. So, can you hear me?
Go for it.
All right. Well, gosh, how I got involved. I'm in business, and we were working on a startup project, and I met Henny through that project. And it's just amazing about, when you're networking with amazing people. And really, I just loved his mission, which is inspirational stories for youth, because I remember growing up as a youth. I was a teenage mom, and I made some decisions in my youth that really changed the trajectory of my life, So I just really thought as a mentor, this cause that he had, and I just loved it how he talked about it through storytelling. And Last Night movie was, gosh, it was so intense, and it brought me back to I grew up in the 80s and just the music and everything, but it's storytelling through real life stories. However, it's it's really clean, and I just really think it's needed today, where we have a lot of youth that don't have any direction. I felt like if I was young and I had a mentor when I was young, I would probably make better decisions. And so that's why I got involved with the projects. I just really believe in the mission. And what was your other question? I think I answered that, but I was trying to put this together.
I think you answered why you got involved, because I think that's very important. One of the things I liked about the movie was that it does kind of inspire great outcomes for teenagers, some thought waves, right? And that was something that was great in the 80s that we had with Breakfast Club and a couple of those. But Mike, you've been around with this for a while too. Share with us your relationship with Henny, how you got involved, and what you were thinking about all of this movie making and moving forward, and your experience.
Well, probably it was about a year and a half ago I got exposed to Henning, but just on the periphery. And Henning was building his tribe, and I started talking to a few people from the tribe, and they asked me, could you help out a little bit here and a little bit there? And so I said yes. And what I found is that I have a creative bent, and Henning started utilizing my creative talents, and I was getting better at it as I did it, and it seems like I took one step in, then two, then three, and now I'm quite involved and enjoying every minute of it.
Well, it's kind of like the mafia, Kimberly. Once you're in, you can't get out. They don't let you out. but it's the
back in.
They pull you right back in, right? It's the who has the spiritual mafia. That's what we are. We're the spiritual gang.
Henning, I've been hooked on you guys since my first meeting with you about a year and a half ago too. So, it's definitely, once you're in, you're in. And I love it. you know, from the moment I met Henning, I could tell there was something special going on there. And then they invite me to dinner at their house. And I'm like, okay, I don't know these people, but I'm going to their house for some crazy reason. You know, I'm in the middle of nowhere, but fine, let's go. And full trust. And I go and I have the best time. People are cooking with them. Like, we're in the kitchen. We're like one big family. And
I'm like trying to impress Kimberly. We're gonna bring you to it because that's the Sundance Film Festival. We're trying to impress her, right? Okay, come on over. We're gonna invite you to dinner at our house at one of the houses that you rent out there. We had 4 houses that we rented, big, you know, these big houses, and everyone's there. And then I turn around and Kimberly's like peeling potatoes. I'm like, what the heck is going on?
Cheese plate.
I just met that day. Like, come on, let's bring her in little by little. But they're like, nope, get in there, right?
Well, I was making a cheese plate. We had grapes. It was,
well, yeah, but you were doing something in the kitchen. I don't know what it was.
It was one of those last few special moments in life, I guess, before we enter into a new live stream. But I enjoyed the gathering, and I hope that we can do more in the future. And which is one of the reasons why I'm drawn to what Henning's doing every Wednesday night. Is it's a means for me to still network. I don't know if anyone. I know Zach has joined us, one of the guys on our show, and I had another girl join us last night. And most of what everyone's talking about is, gosh, we just missed that networking. And Henning is doing it every Wednesday night. It's very unique to me compared to what other people are doing, because you've had great inspirational speakers. You've got a rock opera going on, so there's music, inspirational speakers. You need to text and say hi to everybody. You can go into private chat and talk to people. So I highly recommend his Wednesday night events that seem to be growing. But this movie this Saturday is exciting to me because, I mean, how many movies have we heard about and watched a promo about opening?
But Henning, you can take the girl out of the country, but you can't take the country out of the girl. Wherever she goes, she can
you can hear my southern accent rolling. I would never make it in his movies because they're all, you know, the Yankee movies. So
the Yankees.
Excuse me.
The Yankee accent, right? And I love it though because it's just it's so real. Like listening to them is just so real. The attitude. That is so teen attitude. I don't think you ever grew up, Henning, because there's a lot of teen attitude in there.
No, there's a lot of teen angst, and you know, again, I have the trailer to run. I think you were trying to pull it up. I can show you all in a second.
You know how to do that here. If you can
now I become an expert at
yes, you are.
The controls here. But here's what's important for our mission. And you know, we've got 10 movies in this series, and 10 rock operas also, which tell parts of the story, which are music video rock opera style. And what does that mean? Well, you got to watch it because it's a new thing, right? And again, when you have friends who help you and mentor you, I don't do anything in music without talking to Drew Lane first. We've done music events. We've been doing. Started doing music events in 2007, 2008. I met Drew about 2009, and ever since then, he's been. Anytime there's music, he's in charge. Or I just ask him his opinion. Hey, I'm planning on doing this, that, and the other. You know, is this a good idea? And we collaborate. Every time I get a chance, I take him to lunch. It doesn't take much to build a friendship. He just likes to go and eat Chinese food. That's what he likes to do. So I go pick him up. And we go get Chinese food. He's so happy. That's all you need to do with Drew. If you ever want to know,
he's a cheap date.
He's happy, right? And so with the with the stories, here's what's important. And this, you know, you start with a mission, and you have your values, and you just stick to it. And it's not to be on a high horse, and it's not that what other people are doing is not valuable, because there's value in all art. There's value in all art. The question is, what are you attempting to communicate with your art, and staying true to those principles and those values. The hero's journey is a foundation of these films and the rock operas and the books. The hero's journey, true heroes who are teenagers, teenage mentors, and teenage heroes. That's what they are. And also there are villains. So you have true villains and true heroes. Now I try to make most of the villains older mobsters. Okay. Most of the villains are old, and anyone that is old in this is either a cop or a mobster, by the way. When I say old, I mean older than,
older than me, right?
When I was 15 and 16, it was anyone over 23 is old.
There you go.
So when I say old, I mean, like, that's what I mean. So the older people they're indifferent. They're inconsequential to the story. The parents don't get involved. Did you see one parent in this whole movie?
No.
The parents are not relevant and that's why I love Breakfast Club so much. You mentioned Breakfast Club. Breakfast Club is R-rated because they're smoking pot in the thing. So I didn't like that part of it, and that's just my personal opinion. Because it sends the wrong message, I believe. But besides that portion of the movie, that movie was a masterpiece in my opinion. And one of the reasons is that the kids are figuring things out on their own. Exactly. And then you have them interacting. And then at the end, something comes out of it. Something important comes out of it and it addresses bullying, it addresses peer pressure, it addresses parental pressures and the pressure that kids go through. I think it's a masterpiece on many levels. There aren't a lot of teen movies that really do that, that really did that, in our time. There are several, but there aren't as many as there should be. So with these films, it's very important that we put the hero, make the hero. That's why Spencer and then the other characters, Spencer's perfect. He's a jerk. He's so cocky. He's this, right? He's this and that. And Spencer doesn't care. The girl calls him a dirt merchant. He's like, okay, that's what you want. And all the things that you have to go through, these heroes are kind of like Indiana Jones. Think about Indiana Jones. Like, the guy's flawed in 10 ways to Tuesday, but you still root for him. You still love him, and he always wins in the end. He always, is the bad guys, you make them villains because you have to, in my opinion, in telling these stories, you have to send a clear message to these kids. Who's the hero? Who's the villain? And then they know who to root for. I just watched a movie that was these dark comedies. They're funny and they're interesting, but I'm like, everyone in this movie is bad. So who am I even rooting for? Do I even care? And I'm like 3/4 of the way through the movie, like, I don't really care. So I just stopped watching it. Right?
I know. I haven't watched movies in a long time, so I'm so happy that you've done this. And I didn't watch a lot of movies growing up either. But one of the things I want to point out is the movie industry caters to a lot of children movies, right? And a lot of adult movies. There's not many in that window of teens. You might think they are because you got Marvel and stuff like that, but nothing that fully addresses the teen angst attitude. And I'm thankful that you're doing this. And we need more of it. We need a mini series of it, right? To just something so that they can go back to and keep watching and relating to. I think, and it was during a time I never even watched TV. Dawson Creek might have done that. I know my sister watched that intensely, but we just don't have that window, right? Addressing these issues. And I notice when we don't, you have a rise in suicides, you have a rise in bad decision makings and in crime. And I think we just need, like you said, we need that villain. We need to identify with the villain. We need to identify with the guy who's thinking right. And I think it's great.
Thank you. And so let's share the trailer if we can, because this is really.
I also want to point out, I love the way you did the artwork in it. I love the way you make everything kind of go artwork. And
Mike created all the Mike Shell, who's on with us, created all of the still imagery, and it's a collaboration. It's a collaboration, and then you get in the editing and you go, you see how it flows, and again, what it is, it's from a filmmaking perspective or a storytelling perspective, I should say, because we all tell stories. Is that if you're not going to use violence, you're not going to use fantasy, you're not going to use heavy, hardcore imagery in throughout your film. How do you keep people's attention? And the things that we do is to make sure that everyone's constantly paying attention. And whether you loved it or not, well, I know all of you loved it, but regardless, the movie like keeps your attention. Like as I'm watching, I'm like, okay, all right, can I have a break? No, there's no break. Keep going. This happens and that happens and this happens. And so that visual imagery, without using any special effects, all it is an image in color. We don't use any special effects in these films. All the stunts are real. The actors really hit each other, and they really go at it. Like the wrestling was in the new movie Hit or Twist. Austin, he gets hit, he gets hit, he gets thrown around, he gets thrown to the ground. When he gets thrown off the bicycle, he really gets thrown off the bicycle.
I'm sitting there cringing every I hear. I'm just like,
that's okay. That's okay. They're young. That's why you work with you're the young.
But
young actors.
I did want to get up. I even saw someone text, "Is there a break here that I can go to the bathroom? Is there?" And then everybody goes, "No intermission."
You don't want to miss a beat. And it's so funny because it's I wanted to show last night. Again, this last story, I promise. I wanted to show last night both. I want to show the correct version of the movie, and we actually shot a scene on Tuesday to try to put in our movie by Wednesday. And I recommend don't ever do that. It's a bad idea. But I wanted to show the version that was 100% complete. And we got in the editing, and I'm like, man, I want that mobster video to play in the actual TV that we use, because otherwise it's not going to look. It's not going to look right. It was bugging me, right? So I spent 3 hours trying to figure out like how to do it, and then I get the editors and we brainstorming, and we wasted 3 hours trying to just get that one thing right. And then by the time we finally finished the edit, we hit the button, and it was like it's going to take 6 hours to export this movie, and it was already 3 o'clock, right? And our screening's at 6, right? And so I stopped the thing and I said, okay, I'm going to do half. Let's do low. Let's get the resolution down, because if you export it in lower resolution, you can get it faster, right? So let's downgrade it and let's go. And it says it'll take 3 hours, 4 hours to render this movie. And I'm like, there's no time, right? So I stopped it and I said, okay, let's just do half, and then I'll try to render the other half while the first one is playing. So kind of like in the old days in the movie theater where they would go from one reel to the next. And so I started rendering the second half, and it's not going to happen. So I said, what do I do? I called Jeff, and the movie's playing. I said, what do I do? So, well, I can show it in the editing. I got it in the editor, right, in the editing program. Cynthia's going to kill me if I do this, because she doesn't want anybody touching that program, right? Because something crash and you lose your whole thing, right? You can't really, because it's backed up. But I said, well, let's just, halfway through, we switched to the editing program and we showed the rest of the movie through the editor, and it worked, because there was no way. And I'm so glad we did that, because I wasn't glad at the time.
I know.
I was freaking out.
You have to put that hairpin in to make something work sometimes. You just have to.
The hairpin definitely went in. But I promise you guys, we're going to render it properly, and by Saturday, it'll be up in the right way.
I thought it was beautiful the way it was, and I love you. Put it on the reel. But and I want you to meet a few people too that are here. Nicole is from Jamaica. She's joining IBM TV from Jamaica. She's helping me do. We're working on making fruit attractive to people, right? You know how they make Coca-Cola attractive to drink, all the bad food. Well, she's helping us try to make people healthy.
That's great.
So we're working.
Let me know what I can do to help, please.
Yeah. So I would love for, maybe we can work on making fruit ambassadors. You are a vegan. So, I mean, of course, and then we got Mark, who just walked away. He has a radio talk show. I think you've met Mark before.
Yeah, I met Mark before. Yeah, Mark and I are kindred spirits. Yeah.
Kindred spirits. But I want everyone to know that you can watch this movie. What time is it on Saturday?
Okay, here's how, first of all, Nicole, nice to meet you. And two things about Jamaica, Nicole. First of all, I spoke at a school in Jamaica as like elementary school when I was in Jamaica this past year. And it was just a pleasure. I love the Jamaican people. I love Jamaica. I think it's a beautiful country. You guys are awesome. And also secondarily, but you might not like this part. My friend, whom the Brandon character is based on, is the story's about two friends. One goes the correct way, one goes the criminal way. Brandon went the criminal way. Brandon was Jamaican.
Jamaican. Yes, he was. Wasn't he?
So yes. However, what we did was we brought in a newscaster character. Her name is Ruby, and she works for a fictitious news organization called the Kingston World News. Okay, and she's Jamaican. So there's a whole Jamaica backstory to this whole thing that goes on from movies after movies. So we'll talk more about that.
So we could probably go to Jamaica and meet with Nicole and do some fruits and
100%. So I'll share this, and then I'll let you guys know how to see it, how to watch it, and then go from there if that's okay.
All right, let's watch it. I'm excited.
Okay, I'm going to do share screen. Let's see this. You guys gave me the power. Thank you.
Got my popcorn.
Get your fruit. Get your fruit.
Let me open it up first. Hold on.
Popcorn, but not in abundance. Okay? But popcorn, but yeah, I got fruit too. I got my watermelon today. I got watermelon.
Yeah, so just for Nicole, my kids are not allowed to drink soda, and they only eat fruit as their sweet thing until late at night. So fruits, vegetables, that's all they eat. And they're superstar, strong athletes, and they're happy kids. So just so you know,
attractive too. They're all very, very attractive, cute kids. So.
Yeah, I give their moms all the credit for that. I don't take any credit for that whatsoever. So there you go.
I'll listen at you. Your son looks like you.
All right. So here's the screen. Share the screen. Okay. Share audio. Now you guys are looking at this, and then I should go to this player. Can you guys see that or no?
Not yet.
Okay, then I did something wrong.
Not yet.
Share. Okay.
Where's Ankit?
Share.
Break. He gets breaks too.
Yeah, I know he gets breaks too.
How about that? You see that?
I see it. Hold on, let me grab it. Or can you post it? Go ahead and click on it and post it. My screen's not scrolling. Hold on. There we go. I got it. Here we go.
StreamYard is sharing a window. Can you guys see my screen now?
Where at?
Can you see my window now?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, it says Rev Share Films, yeah?
Yep.
There
Okay, here we go.
Are you playing it?
Uh-oh.
It's not playing, Henny.
All I see is the trailer.
Okay, hold on. I know what to do. Hold on.
Multi-talented.
It's so technical. I love this.
Yeah.
Okay, stop sharing. And then I know what to do, I think. Hold on. It goes here, and then share screen. It goes here, and then application window. And now it's what it's doing. It's not going past the screen. You can see this screen, right?
Yeah, I can see. I can see the link is. Well, there we go.
But
I can see the trailer.
Can you see a slide that says Rev Share Films now?
Yeah. Can you double click on that?
Now you see it. Now you see two guys hugging. No.
But it's not playing.
Yeah. Okay. So let's talk a couple more minutes. I'm gonna figure this out. You guys talk.
Okay. All right.
I never understand why I can't play it from my end because
it's something. I'm telling you right now, it's something with the system. So because it should be straightforward. But go ahead. I'll fix it.
Okay. Go ahead. So,
but I do have a question.
Go ahead.
Because I like the idea of the good guy and the bad guy. I grew up on James Bond films, and everybody's rooting for Bond. Mm-hmm. What do you do with kids like me who's rooting for Goldfinger? It's like, come on! Don't tell him how you're going to kill him.
Here's my answer to that. Okay, you're going to be very disappointed in the end. Your guy dies. Sorry, your guy either dies goes to prison or is tortured in an excruciating manner that's going to be hard to watch.
Okay.
I got it. I think I got it up now, finally.
All right. There we go.
Here we go.
Okay, it's a car chase.
It's
No?
a car chase. Here we go. Are we ready?
Yep. They're hugging.
I want to talk to you about this little thing we call decisions.
Wow.
Both these kids were at the same prestigious career level on the juvenile delinquency ladder of success. Tell me it was.
I didn't know you got interested in that. You're doing a real job, man. This is my job.
Organized crime is starting to infiltrate this once quiet suburb.
Money started coming easy and things got sketchy.
We'll get them. We always get them.
Welcome to the snake pit. Dirt originate.
Ooh.
Wow.
I can tell who the bad guys were.
Yeah, can you? Wow. I mean, it's a gun that gets me that shot. Gunshot at the end that just makes you snap awake. But all of this can be seen Saturday. I guarantee that.
Yes. Here's what we're going to do. You guys are going to have Mike's going to make sure of this. You guys are going to have a special link up on IBM TV site where people just click on that link and then they can, we have a certain amount of limited amount of tickets, comp tickets for you guys. So you can watch the movie, comment, share, but also there are 3 other films that are going to be live at the same time. One is Destinova, which is a heartfelt conversation between teenage couple and the insane tactics of this rogue direct sales operation. And there's also Romancery, which was the short film version of Rebelistic. And then there's a movie called America Health Yeah that Nicole's going to love, where we cook a meal and we talk about the ways of health and happiness and proper eating, proper exercise, stress management, all that good stuff. So it's a documentary type of a film. So those are all going to be up on Saturday on RevShareFilms.com. But check with IBM TV for your comps and your special tickets. I want you all to watch if you didn't watch the other night, but I also want you to watch it again because you're going to see it in beautiful all its glory. I know when you stream things, you don't see it 100% the way it's supposed to go. And then let us know what you think. And we are last but not least, we're filming Anhero next week. We're going to start 2 weeks, I should say. 2 weeks from today, we start filming Anhero. We're going to go 3 days of shooting, and then the following week, and that's for the Suicide Prevention Lifeline. And it's another very strong hero character, Luke, who's played by a 17-year-old. This kid, you're going to fall in love with this kid. He's a boxer. His name is Justice Barrios. He's a boxer. He's training for the Olympics, and he plays this role like you guys are going to just fall in love with this 17-year-old phenom. and we're going to start shooting that next week, 2 weeks, I should say. So
Okay.
we're busy. We want you all to join the tribe, whatever we can do to help you, whatever we can do to push out your message, your vision, your mission, your role, your goal, whatever it is that you're doing. We want to push it out there also. And let's join up together and let's get past, the insanity that's happening outside and become strong, be stronger in the end. And lastly, I want to leave you with this and is that, we're mentors, we're coaches. We have to be the positive example for people who don't have it as like we have it. And there's a lot of people suffering right now. There's a lot of people struggling, and just be a great example. Give them an encouraging word. It doesn't take much sometimes. And let's all pull together as mentors to make it better for the others, and then go from there. Thanks, guys. Bye for now.
Okay, real quick, Henning, I just want to ask you guys to support us on the dollar store, the Family Dollar Store. If you go to IBM.TV, click the big green button. Every purchase made between now and the end of August, they're donating 100% to our financial literacy program. And it's the Family Dollar Store online. And
Can we do that? Can we put that in the Mike? Can you make sure that happens, please? Let's make sure that goes into the WhatsApp
It's
email.
the dollar store. It's on IBM.TV. You just click the big green button. It's not that hard to do. And what's great about that is that they are donating. One of the things I want to share, how you said reach out to people who are struggling right now. We had a chess player on our show this morning that got stuck on the Ivory Coast. He was there to play a tournament, and he couldn't get home. They closed down the airports when he finished the tournament.
They closed the borders between Ivory Coast and Nigeria.
All by himself. The government hasn't been very helpful. The embassy hasn't been very responsive. So he's been all alone. This is the first time he's really had an outreach with people. I'm going to send him a movie pass from you, Henning. He was very thankful just to have people to speak with. But that's going to be one of our missions, is to help him get back home. That's what we're doing, the same as you. Our mission is to help people not feel so. He was so depressed. His story, like you had shared, people are getting depressed out there. Let's change their lives and make it better. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Be great.
Bye.
We'll see you next week.
Take
Okay,
care.
bye-bye.
Thank you, Michael, Michelle. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great story.
Great to meet
Love
you.
the artwork.
Yeah.
Bye. Bye.
I wish there was someone on the show that
Like
could
Mike
tell
and
us
Michelle.
more about the Family Dollar Store.
Hold on just a second. Did everybody? Okay. So, I just wanted these guys to come on and share the movie that's launching this weekend. I didn't realize they got 3 coming out this weekend, so that's awesome. But this is something to do that's free. The movie is really good and catered towards teens, which we need a lot more of. And I thought it would be interesting that you would know that some of the things that they were doing were related to Jamaica, and I just thought that was really cool. But anyway, yes, we got the Dollar Store, who is we got many things for. They are our sponsor, and I've got some wonderful things going on. If you go out and shop today, between now and August, they're donating 100% to our financial literacy program. So,
You extended that plan.
Right.
Through July. It's all through July.
I hope I didn't extend it. I think I heard Lynn say that previously. So,
Well, I was actually going to, but you stole my thunder.
oh,
The thunder has been stolen. That is
The
not
thunder has
right.
been stolen.
Stole the
But,
thunder from you and everything.
for Nicole,
Mark's
just,
going to come first, but what? We don't deliver to Jamaica yet. We deliver just in the United States right now. But I'm going to order something and send it to Ankit just so that he can get some stuff. But I just want there you go, mask. One of the things that the family online, my napkins. I want people to know is they got so many things to choose from.
Oh.
So there's CBD patches. So there's CBD oils, and they got masks. And what's great about the mask is, there you go, the mask. Yeah, they wear their CBD oils on their head. All right. The
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
You get a
because Jim is going to play Sasha, and he needs to eliminate the pain. So
From
he's
his
going to
head.
put it on his head, on the back of his neck.
Neck.
He did. Hopefully he bought enough, because he also needs them on his arm.
Oh.
Yeah, because
Just
you know
moving
the,
pieces.
the
Back
chest
and forth,
pieces
back
are
and
so
forth.
heavy. Yep.
Hey, Lynn, one other thing. I know that we don't offer this, but I just wanted to let Nicole know this just real quickly, because I know we don't offer it yet. I mean, there might be some items like candy and stuff that are fruit-based, but I did want her to know that I do have my fruit here. So I've got my pear and my peach. So I'm going to get my fruit ready for you. So just want to let you know, Nicole, we're ready fruit-wise.
Is that a peach and a pear? He's a peach and a pear.
Peach and a pear.
The peas. Okay, so he's got the peas down. So the peach and the pear. He's
What are
already
peach
out.
on?
So
Peach and a pear and a coconut, please.
So I'm not going to clear the in here, but I do get a bowl of watermelon almost every day. I eat. I love watermelon. This is the time of year to get it.
I'm a blueberry guy myself.
And I got it back. You know what I like about blueberries is that they don't rot as fast.
Yeah.
Out of all the fruits, they're the most durable. So they really last long, especially strawberries. Strawberries rot like that. I think blueberries taste better, especially if you get a mix of them. They taste really, really good. So,
But you know what else is really good? And I actually could have grabbed them from the refrigerator too, because I've also got them in there. I do have some apples and I have some blackberries. Blackberries are very good as
You
well.
can make a really nice fresh compote with what you have. Chop up the fruit, right, and kind of mix it together. And then if you got some fresh cream, go to the store and get some fresh cream and blend it really hard, right? Put it in an ice cold bowl. Freeze your bowl for about a minute to 3 minutes. Get it frostbit, and then put your cream in there and blend it really hard. Dash a little bit of salt because it makes it sweeter. Not a lot of salt, don't just a dash, and a touch of vanilla. If you want a little sweetener, maybe some sugar. I use powdered sugar, but just blend it really hard until it just firms, and then mix it with your fruit. The kids love it. I love it. But that cream mixed with the compote is just.
I make a smoothie every day with fruit.
Oh, I love smoothies. As I said before on this show, I bought a blender recently, so I have not made a smoothie in the last couple of days, but that'll probably change today. So, like I said, I'll probably use those blackberries and some of those other things to get myself a good old-fashioned smoothie.
Peach. Yeah, I love peach. There's something about a peach when it's fresh and good, right?
Oh, yeah. They're the
Recently, the peaches have been frozen when they ship them in, so I've been kind of disappointed. But if you could get a good fresh peach,
oh yeah,
it's nothing better than to blend that up into a smoothie. It smells.
They don't keep either.
Now, I've got a question for Nicole, because I've heard this thing debated as to whether this other item, and I had it yesterday, actually early this morning for a snack, because it makes a great snack with salt. But I've heard some people say that they think that a tomato is a vegetable. I've heard other people want to put it in the fruit category. Which category do you put the tomato in?
Oh, vegetable.
Well, the tomato is actually a fruit.
See, I've heard that. I've heard that the tomato is actually a fruit.
It depends on what country you go to as well, but I've heard that many
Well,
times.
we eat it as a vegetable.
Yeah, I treat it as a vegetable.
I treat it as a vegetable, but it is considered a fruit, but it's a nightshade. They consider it a nightshade fruit, which is not exactly healthy for you.
Right, it's a nightshade, yeah.
It's
Yeah, and I say tomato.
Tomato.
You say tomato, I say tomato. Choose how you want to go. Give
I
me
love
that
tomato.
beautiful reference and everything. And I know it's really bad for me, but I put salt on mine. I also do the same with the watermelon because it just adds a little bit of a. The tomato already has that natural flavor, but then I think the salt enhances it. In my thoughts, but
There you
so
go.
not everybody is into their salt on their tomato or their watermelon. But I like salt on my watermelon.
Low sodium diet. You don't want to do that.
You don't want to do that. No, no. So Nicole, what is a peanut?
Pardon me?
What is a peanut?
A peanut?
That's a good question, Lynn.
The legume.
Peanut is a legume.
A legume. There you go. It's
Legume.
not an. It's not a nut.
Legume.
It's not a nut. It's a legume.
Yeah, it is a nut, but it's in the Caribbean. It's considered a legume, part of a food group.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, here's a question I got for everybody, and I'd be curious to hear what Nicole's thoughts on this is. One of my guests this last week on my regular podcast, the Blog Talk podcast, was Amy Lawrence. She's a world-renowned sportscaster. But last night she was trying to figure out what is a truly American food. In other words, she says that when her and her friends, and I think they're up in like the Northeast, might even be Boston area, but when they go and invite friends out, they are oftentimes saying, let's go to the Italian restaurant, the Jamaican restaurant, the different ethnic restaurants is what comes to their mind, like the Thai restaurant, things of that nature. And she was trying to figure out if she was going to tell a friend to go have a truly American food, what would that American food be? Now, I'm not going to lie, I did go to sleep on her, so I didn't hear all of the answers because their show's like from 2 to 6 in the morning. But if just in those kind of concepts, since we're on here now, what is the thoughts that Kim and everybody else has? What is a truly American food? A food
So interesting enough that you would say that. I worked at the donated time at the USO for a couple years, and it was interesting to me. The boys that came home, the first item they would want that we had to keep stocked up was hot dogs.
Yeah.
Can you believe that? I mean, of all things, to me, hot dogs are the nasty part of the meat.
Well, that's a baseball thing.
But it's a baseball thing, but they all, so literally the freezers and everything in the kitchen for the USO, because the USO we had was at the airport, and it was hot dogs that they all wanted. So we just like kept them stocked up. We had a hot dog vending thing that would like cook the hot dogs all the time, because the guys would be coming in and the women from their service time through the airport, and they would stop there. They knew to stop there to get a free meal, call somebody to pick them up, or if they needed a ride, we would help get them a ride to where they need to be. And hot dog, I thought, really, oh my God, I thought it would be hamburger, steak. I've been just, but
it's interesting you said hot dog, because one of the things that I did hear somebody say was a hot dog derivative, which is the corn dog. So they did hear people mention the corn dog is distinctly American, definitely the hamburger, which came out of everything. So the hamburger was mentioned. I sent a text to them about barbecue, because barbecue, I think of as either coming from Texas or the Carolinas, but I don't know if anybody else got anything else that they were big in distinctly American.
If you want to get regional, try Tasty Cakes, which come from Philadelphia, okay? And we do have Tasty Cakes now. I understand they're in North Carolina. But then try Scrapple.
Oh, no.
I knew Jim was going to respond that way.
Try what?
Scrapple.
Well, if we're going to do Scrapple, if we want to do truly American, Ankit and Nicole, do y'all have grits in any other part of the world? Because I would think grits would be strictly American.
I would think Philadelphia cheesesteak was what Lynn was going to go for. Oh, but Scrapple.
Hold up. What is Scrapple? Tell me what's that?
You can't define it. You can't define it.
Yeah, Scrapple is basically.
Can you tell me what Scrapple, please?
You take sort of all the leftovers from a pig, and you ground it up, and you put it in patties, and it tastes fantastic.
It's ranked number 49.
Along those same lines, I don't know that anybody here other than America would be dealing that much. Maybe they have it in Jamaica, but are chitlins popular any place else other than the Americas and certain parts of American society?
Chitlins.
That's also part of the pig that gets eaten as well.
Yeah, but that's Southern too.
That is very Southern.
Yeah.
Well, according to the internet, it says s'mores is the number one in the United States.
And I heard that. I heard s'mores was
number
one.
two is Philly dog and three.
Because I did look it up on the internet like you did, Dick.
I had to look it up on the internet.
But the other one that really surprised me, which I never think of as being American, but is Twinkies.
Twinkies. I want to see if Twinkies are even down here.
Well, it was on one of these things.
They last forever. So you can eat.
Nicole, it's time to talk about some healthy food, basically, because they're talking about a lot of fried foods and which is not good for health. So, what kind of food do you have to share today, Nicole?
Nicole ran away.
Nicole's still there. We want to know what good foods are in Jamaica.
Pardon me?
Good foods.
What
in
are some of the
Jamaica.
good foods in Jamaica? Like, what are the dishes? I know that I'm a big fan
Oh,
of
good food.
curry.
Jerk chicken.
Oh yes, I love y'all jerk chicken.
Jerk
I love your
chicken,
curry chicken too.
curry goat. We got chicken foot soup. Manish water. Rice and peas. Fried chicken. Fried breadfruit.
Mark is taking
Escovitch
notes.
fish.
Yes, I'm taking notes.
He's taking notes when he goes to
Gotta figure out what I'm gonna
he
You
can
taking
he can
notes?
order the best food.
Escovitch fish. Fish tea. There's a whole lot.
Okay,
Oh.
what about Nigeria?
I can't solve fish.
Back up. I like tea. I love sweet tea. What the heck is fish tea?
Fish tea, you use the fish head and you make tea with it. You boil it like a soup.
Okay, so it's more like a soup versus a tea. So it's not like a drinking tea. It's more like a soup.
Yeah, but we call it fish tea. It's basically the same thing, but it's
little
more
fishy.
towards a soup, but it's fish tea.
So Nicole, what's fishy
Sorry?
about that tea? What is fishy about that tea?
What? It's a
What's
fish,
fishy
and
about
it's very
the tea?
delicious. It has a lot of nutrients. You can get a whole lot.
Okay. What about Nigeria?
In India, we have a music tea. So Nick, in India, we have a music tea.
A music tea.
What's the tea in India?
Music.
Music tea.
Music, like the sound of music.
I want to hear
So
about
you have to play a
Nigeria.
music, and then you have to prepare that tea, and then you have to tea with the music.
Ah.
I want to hear about Nigeria.
Yeah,
Okechukwu.
I'm
What
waiting
about
for the Nigerian
Nigeria?
food.
What's
I know
the,
it's great
Yes,
food.
Nigeria.
yeah, what's the good food there?
Well, the good food there is the normal jollof rice. Then we have the eba with egusi, which is like pounded yam with some soups. Then we have our local beans, which is the normal jollof beans. Then we have like my hometown. There's a soup we call ofe nsala. It's a native soup with pounded yam. It's also nice. Then we have plantain with beans. That's you could either cook the plantain, ripe plantain, you could cook them, or you fried plantains. It goes with beans as well. Then we have ogbono soup. Ogbono soup, it's a kind of sticky drawing soup that you could eat with either wheat or you can eat with pounded yam. So a lot of varieties, a lot of food you could really get from there. We have the plantain porridge. Yes, this one is on ripe plantain.
Yeah, plantain porridge.
That sounds real good.
Okay, Mark is taking notes.
Yeah, I'll stop taking notes, but I'll go back into our notes and I'll go back to the video and figure them out later. But Nick, I don't want us to get in trouble with the FCC or anything, so I'm going to ask you before I ask them. Can we find out about the beers that they've got? Because I know that like Tusker is a very popular Kenyan beer, but I know that there's beers and other liquors that are in Jamaica and Nigeria as well. So if it's okay with you, are they able to tell us what their beer of choices are? Because I know there's some that are native to the different countries.
That would be a good question. What's the native beer in Jamaica, Nicole?
Red Stripe.
Yeah, if I've heard of Red Stripe. Red Stripe's very good. And what
Okay,
about
what about Nigeria? Okechukwu. Nigeria.
Well, we have what we call palm. We have what we call palm wine, and we have what we call brukutu. Brukutu is kind of fermented corn and wheat. It calls that brukutu. It's it's 100% alcohol. That's what I was saying.
100% alcohol. Okay.
That sounds like some moonshine to me.
Yeah, sounds
about,
Are you taking notes, Mark?
Beer to India?
India, what's Indian beer?
That's here. This is not a beer, basically. This is a mango juice where we put a lot of spice in it, and it's kind of a raw mango. And we used to have it in summertime with a lot of cubes and a lot of spices like black pepper and lemon and mint to make it more good as a seasonal food. But in India, if you talk about beer, I don't consume beer that much, but a lot of people in India, they have beer like Corona and Kingfisher and things like that. But there are a lot of local beers as well in India, so I'm not aware about it.
Okay. You know, I thought this was supposed to be Pod TV, not let's get drunk on Thursday. You know, so
I was trying to find out what was going on. You know, the podcast is something to talk about a little bit of.
is that what podcasters talk about? What are you going to get drunk with today? I mean,
I don't drink, so
I don't drink either, but you know,
I don't drink. So.
I'll drink what Ankit drinks, that mango stuff. At least
mango stuff looks very good. I think I might need to go get some. Can that
that's natural. That's good.
That's why I'm so
It's
natural.
really good. I look.
That's good.
Yeah, actually earlier today.
We need to ask Michael about the chess player who's stuck in Ivory Coast, because I think Michael is in Nigeria and Michael can be a good help.
Okay. Yeah, we actually earlier today we had the former chess champion of Nigeria on, and he's stuck in Côte d'Ivoire, or the Ivory Coast, and he's trying to get back home to Laos. So, okay, you're actually in Nigeria, right? Laos?
Yes.
Okay.
Lagos.
Well,
yes.
Okay. Well, he's actually stuck in the Ivory Coast. Côte d'Ivoire. He pronounces it right. I don't. And the problem is, what? How do you say it?
Côte d'Ivoire.
Côte d'Ivoire. I knew I got it wrong. Okay, Côte d'Ivoire. Okay, you got to have that French pronunciation. Côte d'Ivoire. Okay, anyway, he's stuck in the Côte d'Ivoire. And he was on this morning on IBM TV. And we're trying to get him sprung back home to Laos, Nigeria. And we've come up with the conclusion he probably has to fly because he drove for a chess tournament. The guy is an international chess master, former champion of the country of Nigeria, plays in Olympiads around the world, and was actually playing in a major tournament in Africa, and then COVID-19 hit.
Yeah.
Okay. Ghana closed the borders, and we didn't like as we went to Ghana because he has to go through Ghana. He's got to go through Benin. He's got to go through Togo. And then finally gets to Nigeria. It's an 11-hour. He took him 3 days to get to the tournament. Well, Ghana, they came out with these big guns. He didn't like that and told him to go back. So the thing is, he went back to Côte d'Ivoire. So he's back in the Ivory Coast, and he's trying to figure out how to get home. We're working with him right now at IBM TV, and we want him on your show also. I'm trying to get him on your show because your show is on tomorrow at 9 o'clock, right? 9 o'clock our time. I don't know what time it is in Nigeria. Yes. We're going to try to get him also on your show. Yeah. Oh, there he is. Yeah, he's very famous. It's Adu. I can't ever pronounce the last name. Odakpo. Anyway, he is he's very famous. He's a FIDE chess master, international chess master, which is a extremely hard title to get. You know, and so he's one of the top players literally in the world, and he's stuck in the Ivory Coast trying to get back home. So what we'll do, Ankit, let's give him an invitation to get on the show with for the Nigerian show tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. And we're going to keep updated with him until we get him back home because he's getting homesick. It was like 3.5 months, almost 4 months. He's been stuck in the Ivory Coast. And
yeah, it's really interesting watching these people get stuck because actually a friend of mine does actually a couple of friends do different shows like this on different other platforms, but one of them is actually from Europe, and I want to say as of 2 weeks ago or maybe even last week, she was still stuck in Mexico, even though she's originally from England, and she's a journalist. She was down there, I think, covering some things in Mexico. COVID happened, and then she got stuck there in Mexico, where last time I checked, she was still there and was still trying to get to her family in that area. So in London, England area where she's originally from. So a lot of folks are finding themselves stuck because of COVID and the different restrictions. I know even here and I haven't figured out how they would do it except for stopping planes, but I know like New York, New Jersey, and I think Connecticut, we're going to stop people from coming from the Carolinas, Texas, Arizona, California, places that have seen spikes. So I know that I had some friends that went up to New York. They drove up for a baby shower. They did not get stopped and apparently have not self-quarantined themselves. But and I don't know how you can stop people driving. I mean, it looks like they have that idea of how to stop them in the Ivory Coast area, but definitely I don't know that we want to do that. And they can stop planes from descending and buses from coming in, but if folks are driving back and forth, that's going to be hard to stop. But
Well,
I do know that the governors have said that they want to stop people from coming in, and if they come in, to self-quarantine for 2 weeks.
Yeah, we actually have a law firm in Nigeria who's part of the global law that we're going to have DAPO on to help him. But the real problem, he could help him with Nigerian law, but going through Togo, Ghana, Benin, can't do much there. But his name's DAPO. I don't know if you know DAPO, but we should also get him on your show. He's part of the global law team in Lagos, Nigeria. And what they do is they work with law firms. There's 180 law firms around the world that they help us with problems relating to things like that. If you know what lawyers do for a living is they twist arms to get stuff done. Usually they twist a government official's arm, or what they do is they make a donation. So you don't have to twist so hard. You know what I mean? That's how you get things done in law practice. But we got to get them on your show also, because you may or may not know their firm, but they're a big law firm in Lagos, Nigeria. So Ankit will hook them up, DAPO's law firm, with the program out of Nigeria. So this way, we're going to try to get this guy back to Laos. But he's played in the United States. He actually lived here in Maryland for quite some time. He's played in Russia because he played on the Olympic team. And so, like I said, he's very well known internationally. He won the Nigerian championship in 1995, became a very young international chess master. And like I said, in chess community, he's very famous. But outside the chess community, a lot of people don't know who he is. But inside the chess community, everybody knows Adu. And we want to make sure he does get home because he went to a chess tournament.
Right.
And got stuck, and we've heard that before, believe it or not, with these chess players, because when COVID-19 hit, all the international players that are playing around the world, a lot of them got stuck in these countries and have not been able to get back.
Right.
And he's one of them. So, we're going to try
I know life won't be easy there.
What?
I said, I know life will be easy for him there, trying to adapt to that environment. And he will miss our food. He will miss people, and the environment won't be that friendly.
Yeah, that's what he said. He said, you got to understand Africa. And I go, well, I don't really understand Africa. But the thing is, he goes, to get from country to country, it can be more challenging than you think. It reminds me of Europe years ago. Yeah. That was actually Europe. Years ago before the European Union came in, to go from country to country in Europe, not easy, because you'd have all these blocks, and you'd have the Red Guard and the, whatever they did.
Just out of curiosity, to my brother from Nigeria, what is the difference between the governments? Is one more capitalistic and one more socialistic? Because I also don't know. I mean, I know that there are various countries within the continent of Africa, but I don't know all of their different governance styles. I usually think of Nigeria as being more like kind of like America, more of a capitalistic kind of society, but I don't know about the Ivory Coast and what their governance style is.
Well, I can really talk about Nigeria, but I really don't know about Ivory Coast, how their governments are, but except I really look into it. But like in Nigeria, we kind of practice the American democratic kind of government, you understand, which is just the federal and the states. Also, we have also the local government. But the policies are not that strict like that compared to other African countries. For now, I can only talk about Nigeria, but can't talk about Cote d'Ivoire and just be about it.
Okay. Now, what I understand is that Netflix is there's a film industry that's developing in Laos called like Nanowood or something like that. And Netflix, Nollywood. Okay. Everybody knows what it is. Like I said, I butcher the English language. I'm good at that. Nollywood, and is it Nollywood? Is that what they call it?
Yeah, it's Nollywood. Okay. Just think like the opposite of Bollywood. Bollywood is India. Okay. Nollywood is
India, over there. Yes. Over there they have Bollywood. Over here they have Hollywood and Nollywood over there. Netflix is spending $125 million buying and producing films out of Nollywood. Do you know anything about that, Okechukwu?
Yeah, well, actually, I recently got to hear about Netflix coming to Nigeria to have something to do in Nigeria. But firmly, I can remember last year we had the first Nigerian that came that had to have a film on Netflix, which is Genevieve Naji. She's a superstar, and she was actually the first person that got a movie on Netflix. And when I was doing my research, I found out that Netflix has a lot of things you have to have on your movie before you be able to showcase them on Netflix. So when we had Netflix coming to Nigeria, to be honest, this is the one thing we've been hoping and praying for, to have them here so that we'll be able to showcase our movies all over the world. So recently, I got to hear that we have what we call Netflix Nigeria that handles only Nigerian shows, movies. You understand? And to be honest, it was good, exciting, and we still hope to have more.
Okay. All right, well,
Nick, just real quick, because I had a question for Enke that may tie into what my brother from Nigeria was talking about as well. I just heard recently that TikTok was actually putting, I'm not sure, was India putting the ban on China or China putting the ban on India, but it was a whole thing revolving around TikTok. I was wondering if you could comment on that, because I'd heard about that in the news recently, where TikTok was losing a lot of customers because of what was going on, and that's a major internet thing. So could you share that with us a little bit about what you've heard, Enke?
Yeah. So the news is true that we as Indians, we have banned a lot of Chinese apps because of the security concerns and what's happening with 4G and 5G. Because a lot of these Chinese apps, they are sharing the data with Chinese government, and they're trying to track the behaviors and the data of Indians and make use of whatever they can. So we have a list of 59 apps which we have banned across India, and all these people, they're not able to utilize that app, but still there are a lot of ways to do that. But why we are doing it? Because first of all, we have some kind of a difficulty going on with China right now with the border issues, and also there's a lot of difficulties. I mean,
we are the border of Kashmir. I mean, it's
not Kashmir. This time it's not Kashmir. This match is about, we have a long border from China, from Kashmir till Arunachal Pradesh, which is one of the longest border in the world, and it's dispute everywhere. But if you check out the Chinese map since like 200-300 years, they have border dispute going on around the China border. It's not just India; it's everywhere. So, and what they're doing is with those apps and with those mobile phones, they are taking a lot of your data and a lot of our data and utilizing it the best way they can, and maybe throwing those malwares and cyber attacks and things like that. So purposely, the government of India have banned those 59 apps, including TikTok. And with that, we have a lot of TikTok stars right now in India. So if I give you a number, so one of the top stars, they have around 50 million TikTok followers.
Wow.
So likewise, they have a lot of people, they have lost their data, but we are happy that we are not following the TikTok app, because we have a lot of local apps which do the same thing in India. So maybe we will be on those apps, and people will download those apps around the world as well.
Sounds good. Nicole, is there any popular apps like TikTok that are there in Jamaica, maybe even Jamaica founded or Jamaica organized? And does Jamaica have a movie industry? Because when I think of Jamaica, I think of like the coast and of course the great reggae music that y'all have, but I don't know what's going on film wise and wise of the computer tech and everything. So if you could, I'd love to hear from you some of the things that are going on in the entertainment industry, for lack of a better term, other than the music. But don't get me wrong, I love Jamaican music. I've been a fan of Jamaican music ever since the Bob Marley, Peter Tosh days. So that tells you a little bit of my age, but definitely Jimmy Cliff and folks like that. But definitely of a fan of Jamaican music. But share a little bit with what's happening in your culture and everything. I'd love to hear from you about what's going on over there.
Well, let me say, I'm not really in touch with the entertainment industry that much, but basically what they're doing now is basically everything is streamed online. So there's not much filming going on right now. And they're basically depending on online streams to kind of let people watch any live shows or any movies that they have produced. So that's what's going on right now.
Now, is there a Jamaican TV station, like a public TV station, like one that's just centered in Jamaica? Because like I said, I went on a cruise and got a chance to stop by the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico, but I haven't been to Jamaica yet. That's on my bucket list.
There is Television Jamaica, and you can watch TVJ. Well, it's known as TVJ, and you can check out onespotmedia.com. If you like to watch news, any shows, or anything like that, there's Television Jamaica, and there's CBM as well.
Cool. And is there like any particular stars out of Jamaica that are getting a lot of play in Jamaica that we might not know about here? So is there somebody like a star that's coming out of Jamaica, out of y'all's local TV, that you can let the world know about here on IBM.TV? Because I'm always fascinated by folks that we don't know here in America. They may not even know them there in India or in Nigeria.
I quite don't remember that right now.
No problem. What about in Nigeria? Is there a star that we should know about? There's a Nigerian star?
Have you heard about the movie The Sprinter, which is produced by Will Smith?
No, I hadn't heard about that movie. Tell me a little bit about that.
I think it's based on the on a young man who's about to be an athlete. I don't remember what's his name, but that's the movie that Will Smith produced in Jamaica. So I'm gonna check it out right now and tell you his name. He is on Instagram.
Okay. We have Scarlett with us. Discussing about women entrepreneurship, and we're waiting for Kimberly as well to join us too.
Yeah, we'd love to hear from Scarlett.
But before that, I would like to know from our Nigerian friend. So a lot of people are asking us questions that if Africa as a continent wants to pick up a city or maybe a state or something like that as the capital of Africa, what could that be?
Well, it's be Lagos, actually. Lagos is like the capital of West Africa directly. Everything happens in Lagos. If you're not in Lagos, you're missing. Yeah. That's where actually the main, that's like the home of the Nollywood. You understand? Actually, we have this belief that if you're not in Lagos, you will not be known worldwide. You will not be known generally all over the country, West Africa, and the world. So Lagos is like a home where you must be to be able to be a star.
Well, Africa is such a big continent. If you had to go, like if Lagos is West Africa, where would you, as somebody that lives in that continent, and of course it's a big continent with many countries, but if you had to say like an East African capital and a Southern capital and a Northern capital, what would those be in your mind? Because like I said, Africa is such a big continent, maybe we just need to divide it into regions.
Well, let's say South Africa would be like the major city, like Johannesburg. Then when you talk about North Africa, we're looking at Egypt, that's Cairo. And when it comes to East Africa, we're looking at Cameroon. Cameroon is like kind of more popular than the other countries in East Africa.
And what about Johannesburg and Cape Town in comparison to Lagos?
Well, Johannesburg looks like, yes, we can say Johannesburg on its own is quite unique on its own, and Lagos on its own is kind of, to me, I look at Lagos as kind of bigger than Johannesburg. But when it comes to when I'm in the market content, Lagos is kind of broader compared to Johannesburg. But when it comes to maybe advanced technologies and stuff, I'd say Johannesburg is kind of a bit higher than Lagos. But when it comes to the market, the major players in Africa, if you don't come to Lagos, you won't be able to make it. Lagos is where it happens. That's where you must be to be able to connect to the rest of the world, to the rest of Africa. Yes, let me use that word. Yeah.
So is it so Lagos is like connecting Africa? Is it what the Lagos role is?
No, that's what we believe. Our Lagos is like connecting to Africa. You know, one thing the Africa looks at Nigeria. Nigeria's like when you're in Nigeria, you can connect to every part of Africa. And if you really want to really get it, you must be in Lagos to be able to connect as well.
Now, I remember there used to be a conversation in Africa about having like an Africa Union, which would have connected all of Africa to also like some of the diaspora parts, whether that's America, whether that's the Caribbean where Nicole is at, or different things like that. So is that still something that is people are trying to develop? Because I remember I'm in my late 50s, just had my birthday yesterday, but I remember that there was a lot of folks that were talking about trying to have Africa being like a more unified kind of thing, like almost like a UN kind of environment. So is that movement still out there? Is there still efforts to try to have a more unified connection between Africa and the descendants of Africa that might live in like the Caribbean, even in Europe, and definitely in America?
Well, I can say that I know we have a union, which is the African Union, but I know some people try to also connect to like the lost brothers and sisters that are all over the world, and I think there's really a body for that, but I'm not too sure, so I can't really say the name. But I know some people try to connect with the African brothers and sisters outside Africa. But in a sense, yes, we have what we call the African Union.
Good, glad to know that. And Nicole, just really quickly, I know Ankit wants to bring in somebody. But Nicole, my question for you was, everybody goes all the time to Jamaica. They go to the tourist attractions. They go to Montego Bay. They go to all of that. If you would have somebody come to Jamaica, where would you send them to that's not going to be on the tourist trail? Because I'm not one that when I go overseas, I don't want to go on the tourist trail. I want to go get the real flavor of Jamaica. So what city, what area would you send somebody to that's going to give them that real flavor of Jamaica and not the whole cruise tourism kind of vibe that we always get whenever we go to a country in the Caribbean like Jamaica? So where would you send people? And also, what other parts of the Caribbean would you send people to? So not just Jamaica, but what other parts of the Caribbean would you send folks to?
Well, in terms of Jamaica, I would love to send people to Portland and St. Elizabeth. You know, they're just real Jamaican vibes down there. St. Anne, well, that's a tourist area too, but I'm not going to send anybody there. I want to send people to where the real people are. Maroon Town, down in St. Thomas. You know, there's just a lot of people, real people there, authentic real people there. And there's also parts in St. Mary, where I'm from, where there are actual people there. There may not be much attraction there, but there are actually people there. In terms of in the Caribbean, I would love to send people to Cuba, our neighbor, and Bahamas and Barbados. Those are actual Caribbean countries that I would love to send people to. And St. Nevis. I heard that there is much more friendlier than St. Kitts, so I would love to send people there.
And Nicole, how many days we need to cover a Caribbean vacation?
Could you repeat that?
How many days we require to cover Caribbean as a vacation? How many days we need?
All the days that you need. Well, if you want to enjoy the full Caribbean experience, I say 2 weeks.
2 weeks for Caribbean?
7 days, nice. 7 days is not enough, because when you go to the Caribbean, it's like, you just want more and more.
So what you need to one of my best experiences ever was when I went to Hawaii for 2 weeks. And I went and worked for a week. And then I went and lived among the islanders for a week. So when I was working there, I got to meet some of the islanders. And then the second week was my vacation. And that to me was, I got to taste the flavors of the island, right? I got to experience their living. They took me to places that tourists never got to go to. So I agree with you. I think 1 week is never enough to truly learn and engage. If you want that experience, I can never go back to the Bahamas though.
Why can't you go to the Bahamas, Kim? What'd you do? Did you do something wrong in the Bahamas?
Yeah, they banned me 21 years after I wasn't even 21 yet. Yep. I got banned from the Bahamas.
You've been banned from the Bahamas for life?
Yep.
Kim has been banned from the Bahamas for life. That's just wrong on so many levels.
Wrong. I got lost. Not lost. I decided to I decided to do my own tour. So I got tired of the group that I was with and decided I wanted to.
Oh my God.
The island, right? And so I just went off on my own and had a blast. I had too much fun. I went on a Bahama Mama Booze cruise. I, kited. I did everything, right, that was not part of the group. And I probably had more fun and could write because I was there to write about the island, right? That's why I was there, was to go there to learn and to write about it. And I just didn't like the group that I was with. So I was like, see y'all, I'm going my own. And I got in trouble. When I came back, my luggage was sitting in the hallway.
But that law enforcement person is long gone. They forgot you, Kim. I think we can get you back in there.
I didn't want to gamble. I didn't want to do anything. So no, but hear me out on this. When I went, they accepted me to go there without my passport. I couldn't get back home. I was one of those people who were caught in two worlds. I didn't have a passport because I wasn't with the group. But fortunately, my uncle was a very powerful person, and he pulled some strings. But I had, even with his strings being pulled, I really had to go through customs, and it was sticky. And they told me not to ever come back again.
Well, you know what I learned really quick, and I know we got Scarlett coming on real quick, but I learned it on a cruise that I went on that, and this was like a year and a half ago, was that a lot of countries, as long as you're on the boat, you don't really need the passport. You do need to have your birth certificate and some other form of ID, but you don't need to have necessarily your passport as long as you're on the boat, because the boat is considered American property. So I know that when I went on my cruise a year and a half ago, we stopped at the Virgin Islands, which is the U.S. Virgin Islands side we stopped on. I think the only side that we might have stopped on that I might have got away with a little something was Grand Turks, because Grand Turks is a little bit of a mixture in terms of being both American and some other cultures. But everything else was U.S. Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico, which is a property or whatever of the U.S. So definitely that was the only one that I got on that I was sitting there going like, okay, I might actually be on foreign soil. So I've been on foreign soil twice, half of Grand Turks and Turkey when I was a little baby. So still got to get on some actual foreign soil trips, and I'll need a passport for that.
Yeah, so and you definitely have. I just highly recommend having a passport whenever you're traveling anywhere. A lot of people go, "Oh, you don't need it." Yeah, don't listen to them. If I'd had my passport with me, that would not have been a problem. So, but I finally got back home. I kissed the ground of America and didn't go anywhere for a long time after that. And I wasn't in trouble. I mean, when I got back, actually, the Bahamas did write me an apology. But they told me, the guy told me, don't you ever come back here. I'm like, don't you worry. Just let me go home. But anyway, we have Scarlett. No, enough about it. It was a funny story at the end of the day. But we have Scarlett here, my girl Scarlett. How you doing?
Hey,
Hello,
Scarlett.
welcome.
Are you
Thank
a
you so much.
podcaster? Well, I know we're on Podcasters Thursday, so I assume you're a podcaster, or are you just a woman entrepreneur?
Woman entrepreneur.
Both. You are a podcaster and a woman entrepreneur. So that is a great thing. So just really quickly, did you ever have any bad travel experiences, Scarlett? And where are you at?
Oh, thank you so much. Yes, I'm actually here in Miami, Florida. So talk about Miami bad travel experience. Yes, I would say, well, you always take things with a grain of salt, correct? Just like main terminals, big terminals, where your luggage gets lost and doesn't arrive with you, I would say is my worst experience. Especially very expensive gear, because I love to carry my scuba gear as well as my camera. So that would be a big damper of anybody's day, losing their luggage. Yeah, that would.
And I'm picking up an accent, Scarlett. Where are you from originally? Because I'm picking up an accent.
I'm actually from originally Nicaragua, from Central America.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Well, I was actually, a friend of mine does Daybreakers, which is that dance party kind of thing. And they had people dancing all over the world on July 1st, which was yesterday. That's actually part of how I celebrated. My birthday was going on their dance party Zoom call. But there was a young lady also in Miami who works with the marina. And one of the things, and she does scuba and nature and all of that stuff. She was just one of the fans. She wasn't a guest. It wound up being an accidental guest, but not an intentional guest. But she ran across a manatee. So it sounds like you've done diving in other things. So I was wondering if you run across any manatees or any other exotic animals down there in Miami, because I remember years ago working at the Boca Raton News, and there was a manatee that got stuck in somebody's house. So I actually had to go cover that. So literally, the manatee had swum into their house because they lived on beach property, and the forces of wildlife and everything had to get that manatee out. And manatees are not exactly small animals.
That's absolutely right. Actually, I'm a geospatial scientist by training. What that means is somebody who's specialized in anything maps. And one of the things I've done is work directly with NOAA. That's NOAA. And we did a research with manatees. So manatees during the winter months, they come inland with their calves. Because it's much warmer in the springs. The springs here are 72 degrees year round. So we often see them in the canals. That's why they swim upstream, because they're trying to keep themselves warm. So we're very blessed. And living in Florida, we have basically a rainforest right in our backyard. I'm one of the SDGs Ambassador 14 Life Below Water, what that means with the United Nations. So I do a lot of advocacy work and bring awareness about the coral reef system and how vital they are in terms of the keystone species in terms of the health of the ocean overall. So I'm very much love talking about ocean sea, and that could be a whole podcast channel of how.
Yeah, well, I would love to talk to you about that. I'm sure Kim would love to have you just tell a Mother Nature show. I'm a big fan of Mother Nature. But just real quick, and I'm gonna shut up as I sometimes get carried away when I meet new people. But Nicaragua has all those horrible stereotypes based on like some of the stuff that went on with the drug trade and different other things. But I would love to hear modern Nicaragua, where you're from, what your thoughts are about Nicaragua, and just a little bit about its beauty and its things of that nature. Because I think that people still have the stereotypes about Nicaragua as a country, but I'm imagining that it's probably not as bad as folks think it is. So I'd love to hear from you, your perspective of Nicaragua in 2020, and also how it's doing in the regards to COVID and things of that nature, just because both modern lives and just how folks are doing. Because I know whenever people think of Nicaragua, they automatically think of the gentleman that got arrested, and I forget his name right off the top of my head, but you know what I'm talking about. But that's the first thing that people think about.
Well, first and foremost, I always encourage people to actually go and visit. It's actually a pretty safe country, especially you don't need a visa as a U.S. citizen. And I suppose there is that stereotype, but I would say Nicaragua is as modern as here. We have every American franchise you could think. We have Walmart. You find a Walmart in the middle of the rainforest, which is really funny. So let's just, it's very Americanized in that sense. We even have an island that only speaks English, just to give you a scope. It's called Coco Island, and it's in terms of natural beauty, it's really interesting because it has both the Gulf side and the Pacific, but it's known for its oceans and volcanoes. So it's actually displayed in the flag as a triangle, but that because in terms of geography, Nicaragua is actually the largest country in Central America. So it's shape of a triangle, but it has so many variety. We have fresh bull shark in the Lake Manawa. It's the size of Puerto Rico, just to give you the sense of the scale, how big that lake is. But it's truly a very beautiful area because you get to explore the rainforest and check out the volcanoes, and it's very friendly. I mean, you'll see the exact same thing you will see here. We just all the modern convenience, and they do a lot of renewable energy. So they're proud of doing thermal electricity as well as hydro electricity as well. And really good cell phone signal. In terms of the COVID-19, one of the key aspects that really help is they do have socialized medicine. So if you do get sick, you literally could go to any pharmacy, and every pharmacy has a doctor, a general doctor, to come and help you. The government has done a really good job of basically talking about how to protect themselves, and they did that early on. So one of the key importance to all this is early on getting that word out with your neighbors, making sure it has created a huge effect. There hasn't been a lot of death. It's sad to say, but Miami is quite the opposite. We have a huge spike. It's a relapse. And we have more death here in Miami than in Nicaragua as a whole country. just to give an idea of what's happening here in Miami. So that's something that I don't know what it is that
well, Nick would say, I know, I was just going to say, you know what Nick would say about that is because all the old people go to Florida.
Yeah, that's another thing.
That's why the spike is causing so much elder. Yeah, so Nick would say that.
We definitely love retirements. Yeah.
One of the things I want to share about Scarlett is she's not just a scientist, but she's also a woman in tech.
Yes.
She's an entrepreneur. She has several companies, and she sits on the board of several companies. She is an aquanaut, which is kind of what you do when you train to be an astronaut, but underwater.
Yes.
And she saves the coral reefs, not single-handedly, but with a team. But single-handedly, she does all of these things, which I find very inspirational as a woman entrepreneur who tries to juggle family, friends, life, that she manages to do all this and still have a lot of fun. Every time I talk to her, oh, I'm going to this event. Oh, I'm doing this. Oh, I just spoke with Jane. And I'm just like,
yeah.
But the thing is that she is exactly what you need to be when you're an entrepreneur. You need to be out there. You need to be networking, and it's not just selling your product; it's selling yourself. And that's what Scarlett does very well because people trust her. They love her. They embrace her. She's got a great following in Miami. Whenever I go down to Miami, oh, you know Scarlett? Yeah, come on in. So
she knows everybody there. She knows everybody there.
Well, that's a great thing. That she knows everybody. That's a good
thing.
She knows
everybody. Yeah, if you ever go down
and everything,
you hook up
can
with
know
Scarlett.
all of those folks.
Yeah,
But
she'll introduce you to all the people there, Mark.
I've been to Miami. It's been a minute. I used to go down regularly to the National Black Theater Festival, which used to be held in South Beach, and I used to love going down there and had a great time down there. I want to definitely get back whenever they get back to having that festival. But it's amazing. I love South Beach, love that area. So definitely am a fan of Miami, and definitely is on my wish of places to get back to because I definitely love that area. But I do know that y'all did a major cleanup because the lady I was talking about that did that had the manatee and worked at one of the marinas there was talking that there was a major, I guess it was trying to set a world record for a cleanup somewhere in Florida, and I guess that was within the last year. So I don't know if you know anything about that, and if so, if you can share about that. And then the other thing is that I know I'm always curious as we talk about space and going up to like Pluto and Mercury and Mars and all that, and I know they just launched a spacecraft, but I'm always fascinated by the ocean because I know there's got to be a bottom to the ocean, but I haven't figured out where that bottom is. So definitely, how far have we gone down, and is there an actual bottom to the ocean?
No, Mark, there is no bottom to the ocean. You just keep going down. Okay? No bottom. That's a myth.
We don't want to talk about that.
I want to hear from Scarlett.
Oh, you want to hear from Scarlett? You mean you want to hear somebody who knows about it? So you don't want to hear from
exactly.
me? I can understand that, Scarlett. What about the bottom of the ocean?
You're talking about the trench. So one other thing about the ocean is that we only know about 10% of the ocean. That means 10% of the ocean has been mapped. So let's just put in perspective. 70% of the world is ocean. So that's a lot of area to go and map. Now, one of the blissful things is that I specialize in tech and innovation and basically bringing technology transfer programs. So what that means is we use technology to answer and resolve big questions and how to basically unify a lot of the big problems. You talk about space tech or SpaceX. So SpaceX has been doing several launching to do all these. They're deploying different satellites for low latency satellites. That means if I'm a scientist out in the ocean, I could actually receive internet. That's a big deal. So if you're a boater or anything, you know that reception is almost impossible to get if you're outside the range. So the fact that satellite deployment is happening, what that means is going to allow scientists to actually start mapping the ocean because they need the connection in order to get greater scope. Scientists have still discovering new species almost on a weekly basis. Let's just put it that way. That's how how misunderstood the ocean is, and therefore we're rushing right now to understand it, because it's incredibly vital to the health of the ecosystem. It regulates our temperature, and what we're seeing is a huge spike of acidification of the ocean, and that's causing dead zones, area where fish can't live, essentially. So all this information is being analyzed by scientists, and they're trying to figure out ways to scale up those solutions. But it's just really exciting times, because there's never been a conversion between space tech and blue tech, which is all ocean technology, to really resolve this. As a woman entrepreneur, I love to encourage more women to go in these type of fields, and to have access to all the resources. And as an entrepreneur, you definitely wear many hats. You learn everything from both running a procurement department to a business development, and you kind of learn how to do everything. You don't necessarily have to have a business background. Most entrepreneurs, they have a sales skill sets, and you learn the entrepreneurs later on. Or you could take some courses, or go on an accelerator to help you scale up your business. What I love about being a woman entrepreneur is the simple fact that we are seeing more women CEOs. Right now, we want to see more women in those type of position, to basically to show more representation. There's most women are now want to get into startups. They want to own their own business. So definitely there's more resources readily available and how to get those platform. Everything from training and taking workshops and so forth. So those are the type of skill sets we've done. And I always astonish people when I tell them I'm a drone pilot. I love to fly my drone to do surveys. And people always shock, oh, you fly a drone. And I'm like, yeah, I fly a drone. It's fun. It's great. It's a great tool. And I think it has to do with upbringing. So it's very much involved in more of the math and science aspect. So I got to develop those hone in those skills to help me facilitate a lot of the technical sides that are needed, that later in life, which is now, has helped me to become more of a woman entrepreneur. So I'm quite excited to share a lot of my resources who are interested in getting this, how to get into tech, and specifically, and STEM classes. What kind of classes I could take to allocate into a certain field. A lot of what I do is social innovation within technology. So we cultivate social innovation. I'm the CEO of a company called Unify It, and I'm also a co-founder of XR Labs. And XR Labs, where the word XR means augmented reality, virtual reality, and mixed reality. So this is a new technology that's up and grading, that people are now understanding how it works. Here we are, we're doing Zoom conference, and they're getting the aha moment and realize, wow, we could have a virtual conference. And it wasn't as mass adopted as before, and people just realized, wow, this is a thing. This is the technology connecting us globally. So those are a couple of things I do. I have to regress in terms of the manatees. We do a lot of survey with manatee as well, under NOAA. And many cases, what we do is we put these GPS and to see how many manatees come in. One of the interesting facts, not going to depth, is that the way we know a manatee has been in freshwater is that they normally have barnacles, and barnacles tend to die off in freshwater. So we know exactly if that manatee was there recently or if it's been there for quite a while. So, and one of the things we're trying to do is getting boating restrictions, because oftentimes boats would accidentally hurt manatee. So a lot of the enforcement and laws are there and in place to help protect the manatee in certain areas. But definitely, if you are interested, I recommend coming to Miami. There's a place called Silver Springs, and that's up in the Gulf side, and they have annually over 100 manatees all coming together at once, and it's just like the most amazing thing that they
It sounds
possibly
wonderful.
see.
Sounds like you're doing some great work, and that's definitely impressive. I actually got a friend that does augmented reality here in the Durham area, and he's actually been going around the national parks and actually documenting that through the concept of augmented reality. Have you had the pleasure of doing any research in Jamaica? Because I saw Nicole joined us back and everything. So have you done any ocean research in Jamaica yet, since that's where Nicole's at?
Non-Jamaica, non-Jamaican specifically.
Go ahead.
Uh-oh.
Yes, Nicole.
Oh,
you
sorry.
want
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay.
Yeah, no, definitely not in Jamaica specifically, but we've done a lot in the Cayman Islands, Puerto Rico, in the Bahamas, Belize, and my area of interest of Ken is more of the survey aspect. So we map all the survey on the coast of the United States. So that's where we're right now, and of course, and I'm particularly interested. But one of the things we're doing with Manatee is we're doing a 3D digital twin of the manatee, right? Because we want to do a census of how many manatees are in a certain areas. So that's what we're doing with the volumetric scan of what scientists are doing. And it's quite impressive because I have one of these Oculus Go, and to see it on a virtual reality platform. So get yourself one of these.
Oh,
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing. So you said that we only have all new species that we're discovering. So you mean that actually the Loch Ness could actually still exist down there somewhere? We just haven't found them yet. So who knows? The Loch Ness could
A lot
actually.
of people have found the Loch Ness. There have been pictures. I've seen pictures like of people coming home from vacation. So you never know. Scarlett, you disappeared.
I have.
What happened? I thought I go blank a lot. There you
Yeah,
go.
there you go.
So now Scarlett has these great access to all of this wonderful technology down in Miami. They've got this blockchain center that is fabulous about innovating new ideas for blockchain, interconnecting with each other. All these people work together. It is wonderful environment for innovating new ideas, and it gets a lot of support. And I think it's because Florida, Miami itself is the gateway, right? It's the gateway of communications between all the different other worlds, but it's also the gateway for innovation now. I mean, that's where the world's largest network systems is located, down there in Miami. And so, but they get so much support. And I don't know why it's so different in Miami, but to me, it kind of reminds me of Silicon Valley, right? But Silicon Valley gets all the money. The problem with Miami is they're East Coast. So the West Coast gets all the money. And it seems like Miami is coming up with all of on the East Coast is coming up with all this new innovation, but they're not getting any of the money. And that's because Miami is made of old money. Okay. And old money doesn't invest in new ideas. Old money stays old money. And I don't know where Nick went, but Scarlett, to kind of answer that question you were asking, or statement you made earlier, you don't know why so many people are dying in Miami from COVID. The death rate's high because that's where all the people went to retire. And we know that the death rate's higher for older people. So, but anyway, it's something to think about. Being a woman entrepreneur is not easy, even in an environment where there's a lot of innovation. You would think today that would be change things, but it doesn't. I think I read somewhere less than 7% of the women today, still less than 7% of the women hold CEO positions in the United States. So, 7. So, that's not good. That was something that Obama was trying to push and change. Not that I'm promoting one political side or the other, but he had put in place laws that the government had to increase their purchase orders from women contractors by 20% when he was in office, and they never met that goal. Never. And it's really sad because it's not like I like to, I don't know if you call it tokenization. I don't like to say promote women because we're women. I always like to say buy and do business with the smart and best people, but women don't get any effort at all. We get set aside all the time for funding. And I will tell you this, they will put a woman through more due diligence in getting a small business loan than they do a man.
Yeah.
And I don't know if Scarlett has noticed this, but I intentionally went through a process when I told the guy there's no way I'd ever go through a small business loan again, because I did it many, many years ago. And he convinced me to do it again. He goes, no, we've changed, and we do, unsecured loans. And I go, no, I don't want to even waste my time. Well, I wasted my time, but that's okay. The long story short, it ended up being a good thing. But he put me through more due diligence than they did any of the guys. And the reason why I knew this is I knew some of the guys applying for the loan, and they didn't have to do half of the work I had to do. They didn't have to put up anything about their personal lives, their homes, or anything. And I had to do all of that. And that was just 3 years ago. So, and of course, for the men, I gave an estimate of what it would cost. And they came back and said, well, what if we give you less money? And I go, the project will fail. This is what I need. This is the least amount that I can accept. So even the bankers are kind of dumb when it comes to stuff like that, like a lot of investors. But I was flabbergasted at the different way that I was treated being a woman-owned business than the guys. And I don't think you're going to see a change, because men think women do things different, and we do. But to say anyway, I put on my hat because Scarlett says we wear different hats, and Ankit put on his hat. Ankit's an entrepreneur too, but Nicole is an entrepreneur in Jamaica. And she's also our ambassador for supporting good eating habits and to inspire people to eat more fruit. And the reason is they always make Coca-Cola look sexy, eating potato chips look sexy, fun, but nobody makes fruit look fun, and vegetables. So Nicole came up with an idea of why can't we start promoting that? And that's what we're working on, is small little commercial clips for the TV network here that will show people, this is great fruit to eat. I'm always eating a bowl of watermelon or blueberries on the show, but that's what Nicole is doing. And Scarlett, we're wanting to do women entrepreneur shows together. So yeah, Scarlett, you got something to say?
Yeah. So one of the projects that one of my friends is working on is, because since the supply chain has been affected, a lot of these local farmers and homesteads a lot of the produce are not being bought at restaurants, and because nobody's eating at restaurants, correct? So one of the interesting questions I wanted to ask her as an entrepreneur, how is Jamaica helping support the supply chains, like the local farmers, to help sell their produce to the buyers?
Hi, Scarlett. That's a very good question. What I am seeing right now is that the government has taken some of the produce that farmers have been producing on their farms, especially in the state or parish of St. Elizabeth, because they're complaining that no one is buying anything from them. So what the government has done is to take all of those produce and carried it into the there's an organization that deals with farming and produce and all of that. So what they do is to store all of those vegetables and fruits and just basically place it at the front of buyers there.
So if you're local farmers, how can they get access to those resources?
They basically go to an organization. I think there's an organization. I don't remember what's the name right now, but they basically deal with farming and anything to do with farming, especially if you want your produce to be brought forward to the hotels and the tourism industry. There's an organization in Jamaica that does that. I don't remember right now. It's supposed to be on top of my head, but they actually ensure that farmers bring their produce and they get their they exchange based on what they have brought forward, and ensure that tourists get food. They ensure that everybody gets fed.
No, that's amazing. It's really heartbreaking to see, at least here, when I saw a lot of the food going to waste because of the
Yeah.
supply chain. So a lot of these non-for-profits take an initiative of selling the produce that the farmers are producing and selling it directly to the consumers. These are because we're what I see a lot is like how we want to support the locals, we want to help empower the entrepreneurships. I'm kind of curious, is like you being a woman entrepreneur, what can you say about how do you got to your position, and what are some of the call to action of your companies?
For me talking?
Yeah.
She's a starter. She's a newbie. Yeah. So
I'm just a newbie, so I haven't really got to that level as yet. But I'm sure when I get there, I'm sure that
I
things will
just
go
wanted
well.
her to meet you. I know that Nicole comes on Thursday sometimes, and I knew that you were coming, and I wanted her to meet you because when you're newbie and a woman, it's great to have mentors to look up to, right? And Scarlett has been a pioneer. She never gives up, even when things go really, really bad. She just sticks her heels into the ground and keeps going. But yeah, there's
Well, what I could tell you as a woman entrepreneur, the way I would encourage is to try different things. I definitely will allocate a lot of resources. There's a lot of funding allocated to specifically women and minorities, so that most people are not aware of. Because they want to encourage more women entrepreneurship, and that's true, and in startups and in small businesses. So definitely, if you need the resources, I could definitely send those information on your way, and to be able to empower some of your company.
Thank you.
Oh wow, that would be great. Yeah, Scarlett, that's nice. I didn't know that we were going to be doing a TV show with you today, Scarlett. I thought we were going to you and I we were going to be talking about our new show coming up, which for some reason I thought 1 o'clock was our cutoff point. But we Scarlett and I are going to be starting a women's entrepreneur TV show. Maybe you can come join us, and we could talk about some calls to action, because what I'm learning is that we need to get out here and start talking about it, right? It's not just trying to work at it on our own, but if we really want to be real mentors and pioneers, we need to start talking about it globally and how to connect it globally. Like I spoke with a woman, we did, the IBM team did, who has got one of the first real PRC rapid test kits, the PRC kind, and they can get the results in 24 hours now. And she's out of India, and she's willing to recreate the kit instead of just keep it to herself and manufacture out of India. She's willing to collaborate and recreate the kit in other countries and manufacture in other countries. So this is what I want to do, is kind of connect these dots for people and say, wow, there's entrepreneur women everywhere. That could be something that, Scarlett might want to do. That could be something that Nicole wants to pick up. And what do? We work together to find the funding to make it happen. And that's what has to happen. And not everything revolves around money. This is what I tried to share with someone yesterday. We all say we need money, but at the end of the day, sometimes it's resources, right? And the right connections. So money would be great.
That is one thing that you're going to find to be an entrepreneur, is definitely getting out there. You need to increase your level network, and that's going to help you a lot in your company and to grow and scale up your company. Not be afraid or timid. Be involved in a lot of the stuff, whatever topic you are interested. Put yourself there and just start networking. That is one of the essential takeaway I took, that you need, as an entrepreneur, you need to network.
Well, I want to tell you one thing I like about Nicole is she shows up every week.
Beautiful. She already has it.
she's already got the rule number one to me, and that's to be there, right? That's how Nick and I met, right? I really did not want to go to another hackathon, but I'm like, what is PBS doing? Somebody gave me a free ticket, and I guilted myself to go because I was exhausted and I didn't want to go, but I went. And out of it, I met a senator that ended up doing a letter of reference for me. I met Nick, who I ended up doing business with. And then through that, I met Scarlett. And so you see, by just showing up, Scarlett and I, our paths truly crossed because I decided to go to do engagement. Well, we met at CES, but I decided to do a speaking engagement, even though I wasn't doing well. And Scarlett's boyfriend helped me, and then we became friends. And then Scarlett came to meet me and then work with me. She came to help me at CES. So, and I got photos of all of that. I've been playing with photos, but
yeah.
But so that's what it takes. It's just, and Nicole shows up every week religiously. She is here. She'll stay longer than she probably needs to, but she's learning. And I think it's great that somebody's got that kind of passion. So, and Scarlett, she gets involved with everything. If someone says, she goes, sign me up. She hasn't learned to use the word no yet.
Yeah.
So,
if time allows, definitely. But no, like I'm a very good resource. I help develop a lot of the tech ecosystem here down in Miami. So I'm kind of like the stewardess of, like, if you want to understand how the tech ecosystem in Miami works, that's kind of what I do. Basically, create a bridge between the global market, bring technology from abroad to United States and vice versa. So, and one of the things that what I learned from this is such a variety of scope and different technology sector. And the takeaway is, like, technology is in everywhere, like in every field that you could think of, from health tech to biotech to fintech. So it's such a large scope that people may not be aware of that. So, and that's why I like to help out, make those connections, and even help save the world in that sense, because I also do corporate social responsibility, CSR, and that's where you get enterprises who want to help create impact, and I introduce a lot of the technology that helps create impact, such as sustainable practice. So that helps me understand what's out there and connect those dots as well. So I'm very much involved, but it sounds like I do a lot, but in reality, what I'm doing is connecting those dots, and there's definitely a lot of overlap. So I could still have time to have a relationship and have fun, and but it's definitely, whatever you do in life, you need to enjoy doing it, because that's what you're going to do when you wake up, and that's the last thing you're probably going to do when you sleep.
And don't hesitate to go out and look for the entrepreneurship programs in your community, if you have them in your country. That's where you really meet and learn. It's great.
Actually, it doesn't limit it. You have the internet. Seriously, there's a lot of.
She's here every week. So.
Oh, beautiful! There you go. What I meant to say is that regardless where you are in your part of the world, it used to be that you were limited to your geography, but because there's so much access online, you could learn practically anything. This is what one of the added benefit of being a Gen Z is, the fact that all these resources are available. It's just knowing what to look for and how to start. So that's another thing that we do help out a lot. Like, what kind of course, what kind of foundation do I need to become an entrepreneur? There's definitely, like, I could rec a couple of accelerators. If you have a company, we'll help they go you through the process. We have one particular accelerator here in Miami called Batson College. It's specifically for women who want to become an entrepreneur. It's a really good accelerator. It's the same from Back to College up north, and they just have it down here as well. So that's just an example. But you don't limit yourself, and definitely get mentors. And yes, always have a mentor. I think I feel there's two things that as a takeaway: apprenticeship, it's very crucial, and mentorship, and that's something I've actually started allocating here, here in Miami. I just started another program to help empower women, to help women entrepreneur creating the first Miami token that's women based. So this token, it helps women entrepreneur like yourself tokenize your business. So that's something that we're currently working on. It's the first one, I would say, in the first one in the United States that's women led.
It is. I mean, I don't know of anyone else who's doing anything like this. And again, one of the things I like about Miami is all the innovation in the innovative space.
Yes.
So they're not sitting around talking about it, saying they just do it. Like when they had the Super Bowl coming, of course, that brought a lot of money, but it brought the city owned up and said, let's help the entrepreneurs. So the city themselves got involved to help. And that's not something I've ever, you have to remember, I've been doing business here in the United States for 50 years, like 50 years, maybe 40, but 50 definitely. And I've never seen anything like this. That's why you see me go down to Miami a lot. I mean, I go to Vegas because I have to for TV shows, but I go to Miami because that's where the innovation for innovation is. That's where people support the innovation. The money will eventually come. It's kind of disappointing that 80% of the money is in Silicon Valley and California. But I think the more they keep innovating, the more that they're going to attract. And that will change. That will change.
Yeah, absolutely. Miami has become so, because of the tax incentives, a lot of people from Silicon Valley are realizing that high cost of real estate doesn't meet the expectation of the cost of living. So they're now thinking of going to Miami as an alternative. Again, the paradigm has shifted that you could actually work remotely. So, and that's why we're seeing a lot of different companies from the Silicon Valley coming over here, because they want to start tapping into the Latin and Caribbean market or that global market, because we become that bridge. So we're very blessed that we see so many different type of innovation happening here very quickly for that reason. And therefore, they also are interested in learning more about mentorship programs to empower women as well. A lot of these enterprises, because they do want to see more women go into these fields, and everything from STEM specifically, and to help educate and within innovation. As things become more automized, the sector of innovation has grown dramatically, and that's really exciting to me, and I see it.
I think, and we just need more conversations at this level, more TV shows that surround women who are not just podcasts. I'm talking about just getting out here and inspiring it, not just in the United States, but so that we can globally connect these ideas.
Yeah, we are.
I know, there's a cruise ship that goes to Jamaica from Miami. Maybe one day I can go down and take my first cruise and go to Jamaica. But I think that agriculture is another area that women are not strongly in. And I find this very bizarre, right? That you would think agriculture would be another industry that women would flock to. But it's totally male oriented.
It's very oriented.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's another area.
And AgTech is really big. So one of the key initiatives that I know that's helping promote women in agriculture, and for one place is that I didn't at least expect it. It was actually through NASA. So NASA is trying to bring more startups in AgTech, and they're female-led entrepreneurs, which is really interesting, as part of their mentorship program. So we are starting to see how, for instance, University of Florida is a big research in AgTech. So they're developing all these type of programs to help encourage more women entrepreneurship to go into to learn about the different avenues of agriculture. So that's really exciting, because there's a convergence of technology that's happening in AgTech, and they're even thinking about bringing out tech to space, like giving, because they want to take it to Mars. So that's one of the avenues they're marking themselves. And when I say they, I meant NASA.
Yeah, no, and I think that would be a good connection. Maybe we can have NASA come talk to women on the Women Entrepreneurs Show about some of the great, wonderful patents that we can probably do some research with and learn how to use. Unfortunately, we're going to have to wrap up. It's after 2:00. We need to bring our ambassador of social media habits on real quick, and then we're going to go backstage after this and have a continued talk. So can we have our ambassador?
कोरोना से कैसे बचेंगे? ओके, हैंड होकर और ऐसे अपने खांसी जब आएगी तो ऐसे करेंगे, अच्छू अच्छू, और कोरोना वायरस को धन्यवाद हमारा म्यूजिक सुनने का.
And thank you very much for watching IBM.TV. We will see you tomorrow on Financial Friday, where we've got some great, wonderful experts coming on to discuss about all the amazing things that we can do to financially better our lives and make ourselves financially fit. We also have a weekend full of wonderful shows. Don't forget to watch us on Sunday morning with the children's shows, live music all day from all over the world, especially South Africa. Thank you very much for watching IBM TV.